Check one, two. Check one, two.
All right, I think we're just about ready, so I'll give everybody a minute to get situated, and then we'll go ahead and start. I've never used it. All right, thank you all so much. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order at 10:12 a.m., and I'm going to ask our city clerk, if she's ready, to please conduct the roll call.
Mayor Source.
Present.
Vice Mayor Bergenter.
Present.
Council members Gordon.
Present.
Ledeju.
Present.
Michulik.
Present.
Palmaris.
Present.
I will note for the record, Councilmember Matias is absent.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone could please stand and join council for the pledge. Oh, I can't get my chair. All right, thank you all. So we have one item this morning, which is our budget workshop. We will be providing City Council with a preliminary, or staff will be providing City Council with a preliminary budget overview of fiscal year 25-26 budget, and will receive council direction. And I'll frame briefly that the plan for today's workshop will be similar but a little different from the previous one because we're continuing with the discussion. We're going to have some opening comments from council members and the city manager, and then we're going to have a presentation by our finance director, Rekha Nair, who we're going to do, with her permission, we're going to do similar to what we did last time, where we stop for questions during the presentation, during some slides. And then at the end of the presentation, we'll also take questions from the community. So members of the audience, you can just raise your hand if you have a question, and I'll actually facilitate in the moment if we want to take questions from the public during when we go through the slides, or if we want to do them at the end. Basically, if you have a question, just flag me, and we'll take questions from the public. Once we have all of that discussion, we will do a proper public comment from the public. So please, for that first portion, just limit to questions about the budget process, and then we'll do a traditional public comment from the audience. There are speaker cards in the back, I believe, but we can also call on you as we did at the last workshop, and I'll make sure we get everybody in. And then from there, we will move into council discussion. We'll give direction for the next step of the budget, and that budget, basically the direction we give today will inform the draft budget, which will be brought to council in May. So with that, I will go ahead and begin the workshop. And I'll start actually, maybe City Manager Murray, do you have any opening comments or anything you want to add to what I said?
Thank you all for being here this morning. No, I think you covered it well, that we're at the stage in the process where the finance department and I have come up with some proposals for balancing the budget given the general fund baseline shortfall, as well as presented some recommendations for how to fund the sheriff's office contract, and we're happy to receive City Council direction on what to incorporate, as you mentioned, into what we call the preliminary proposed budget, which is the full written budget document that we need to prepare by May 15th. So thank you.
All right. Thank you. And I should also clarify that if, as with the last budget workshop, we go through lunch, which is probably likely, we will figure out the logistics, but we will provide lunch for the community and have lunch together as we discuss the budget. Do any of my colleagues have any opening comments or things you'd like to say prior to the finance presentation? Any comments? Go ahead, Councilmember Gordon.
Just for clarification, I want to say, first of all, before I say ask that, thank you all for taking your Saturday out to take this matter very seriously, and how we can take Vallejo to its next level with quality, dignity, where we're all proud of it. I wanted to ask for directions to the city manager. When will I be able to make my request that I mentioned to you in email? When is the proper protocol time that I could do that?
Yeah, that'll be at the end of the workshop when the City Council is providing direction to staff on what to incorporate into the budget document, the preliminary proposed budget. So we'll have the presentation, questions, discussion by council, and at the conclusion, the substance of the workshop will be when council provides direction to staff on what to add into that preliminary proposed. So that would be the opportunity both for council to provide direction on budget balancing, but also for the council to provide direction on any budget additions to incorporate into the preliminary proposed.
Thank you for that clarification. I wish I could see you.
Thank you. Any other opening comments or questions? All right, with that, then I will turn it over to our Finance Director, Nair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, council members and Mayor. This is our second study session for a Saturday morning. With me, I have here our budget manager, Rochelle, and Assistant Finance Director, Florita. We have few directors sprinkled around the room, and I believe we have some online as well. So we have the full force to answer any questions you may have. So with that, I'll start. In today's presentation, we will go over what we went over the last time we met on Saturday, where we presented the baseline budget. We will be also presenting Measure P, and this was mainly when last time at the council meeting, I think it was Councilmember Matias who asked that he didn't know where we were with Measure P, so we included a slide for that as well. We will be going over the responses to various council questions and community questions. We didn't have everything, we were still compiling them, but we have attached them to the staff report, so I'll go over those, and if there are detailed questions, it was a combined effort from different departments to compile the responses. And then lastly, we will cover how are we suggesting to bridge the shortfall, and also some of the funding for the sheriff's contract, which was also what was discussed at last Tuesday's council meeting. There will be a few non-general funds that we will be reviewing because it has some impact on the general fund. So that's why we're only talking about those few. The others that come through whatever the balances are will be part of the whole, proposed budget when we present it. And then lastly, we do have a list of the new departmental requests, and we've just put it in there. I don't have funding for that yet, but just to let you all know what's going on. So with that, we start with the next slide, please. All right, so a recap of what we had presented on March 22nd, and I don't want to repeat too much, but basically we brought forth a baseline budget. The baseline budget is we take the current year budget actually, and the adopted budget. We remove all the one-time expenses that might have been put in. We did add back the 10% deduction that was put in because it was a one-time cut, and then we added an escalation of 3% to arrive at what the new baseline is. The big factor, of course, is the labor cost because we have MOUs with all the unions, so those calculations were also built into 25-26 proposed budget. That's the table. I know we went through the table in detail, so I won't go through the table again unless anyone has any specific question. I'll be happy to answer them. So I'll move on. Do I pause? Does anybody have any question? Okay. All right. So now we move on to the next slide, which is Measure P. At a high level, Measure P, from when it was implemented till the end of 2024, we have budgeted a total of 40 million in revenue. And for 25-26, we are proposing about 17.7 million in additional revenue. The expenditures that were approved were 27 million, and there is an additional ask for 25-26 of 15 million. We have not presented this to the committee yet, but we are just putting it in here so that get an idea of the baseline. If approved, then the ending fund balance for 25-26 will be about 14.8 million. Next slide, please. So that is, all the slides you will notice that I have a few bullet points and then I'll have a table just to recap what I'm presenting. And so again, for Measure P, like we said, the cumulative of the revenue is 40 million. There is a mid-year adjustment that because we know all the revenues are coming down slightly, and that did have an impact on the Measure P revenue as well. At the end of 24-25, we will have a fund balance of about 12 million. And then when we consider the proposed 17 million revenue and the proposed 15 million expenditure, we'll have about 14 million fund balance. That is Measure P. I'll be now moving on to the council questions. Any questions? Yes.
Do you mind if I ask one clarifying question? So that is basically cumulatively in the 2 years that we've had Measure P, we've spent quite a bit, but there are $12 million of Measure P funds from this fiscal year and last fiscal year that have not yet been allocated.
Cumulatively, yes.
Cumulatively, okay, and they're not encumbered. The 3 million we put to the bridge and the 10 million to road repair,
All considered in here.
not included, so we still have 12 million, okay. Thank you.
Not included? What you?
It's included.
Included, yes.
So we don't have 12 million. We have
It's after putting in.
12 million after we subtract the 10 million after we
Correct.
subtract the G. Thank you, that's what I wanted to clarify.
No, it does. So 12 million is as of 24-25. The current ask, we have not yet gone to council. That is the 15 million. That will be against the proposed revenue of 17 million. So there is still that for 25-26. So at the end of 24-25, we will have about 12 million. And then 25-26, the proposed budget, new revenue 17, new expenditure 15. So the fund balance will increase to about 14 million is what we are proposing.
Thank you.
So the next slide for Measure P, after Measure P, okay. So here, Manny is going to help me because we didn't want to smush the PowerPoint with all the questions. He's pulling up the exhibit that we had with the staff report so that I can quickly go over the questions, and then there'll be a little bit of bouncing back and forth. So the first question was requested about the budget versus actuals for 24-25 and 23-24. That the detail, it was there as one of the exhibit, but it's also there in the PowerPoint. Sorry, Manny. It is slide 11. And so this is at a high level where 23-24 ended for each department. And the big ticket items over here is fire that went over budget, and that's mainly because of overtime, that you see the 1.6. Police that was under budget by about 1.5 million, and then planning and development were under budget by about $1 million. So those were the big ticket items. The rest are all, in 100,000. So it's. But if you want any other details, I'm happy to pull out the line items and give you additional clarifications if needed. And then the next slide, I need this. The next slide is for 24-25. And here what we have done is that the last column that you see is we brought it down to where we should be in 9 months, where the budget should be in 9 months. So it's, that number is not looking at the 100% budget because we are saying we still have 3 months left. So we have done a percentage on at where every department is spending at, if that budget is put as a 9-month budget. And so most of the departments are about anything between 70 to 80% of the budget, which is kind of positive. That paused.
We were looking at that door. We were getting a draft from that door.
No worries.
Thank you for bearing with us.
All right. So that is as far as 24-25. I know that you wanted to see the trend, and again, we can do a deep dive when you want to look at each line item of whatever is needed. There was also question 2, which was a request for FTEs from 2016 to current, And that's again one of the exhibits, and it's on slide 13, which is the trending of citywide from 2015 to now. Some of the things that you see moving is when departments have moved, for instance, economic development and in IT were first under city manager, and then it got moved to a separate department. So you will see that blank line, and then suddenly there's FTEs appearing. Similarly, for planning and development, first economic development was part of planning and development, and then it got pulled out and went under city manager, and then it went to become a separate department. So those are the movements that you are seeing when there are blank lines over there. Other than that, if there are any specific questions, I'm happy to answer them. Would you like me to pause and?
Yeah, let's pause for a second. Any questions from council? Any quick questions from the public? I'll just pause periodically.
Just so I'm clear, it looks like from 23-24 to 24-25, there's only like a 6 or 7 FTE increase, is that?
We didn't have a lot of additional FTEs added. There was a lot of reclass done, and in 24-25, when we were doing the budget, staff was said that, it got to keep it cost neutral if you're making any changes, and that's what was happening. So there would be changes in between, but we were trying to keep the total cost where it
Okay,
is.
thanks.
I have one question too. What is so funded by the other fund at the bottom, what is a self-insurance FTE? What is that job?
That's our risk fund.
And what's those 2 employees, or 5, I guess it's 5 employees?
That is Armand's team.
Okay. So those are funded by other funds?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And the risk fund, the way it works is that the risk creates its own budget, and then the cost gets reallocated citywide to all the departments. And then if you're talking,
Just for clarity,
yeah,
where we have the dashes, which mean 0 or no change. So where did the FTEs go for 23, 24, and 25 for IT? Did they go into the city managers?
no, they became a separate department, so if you just go down that line, you see fire, human resources,
so you
and
just
IT
made them
comes
a-
up again. So it became a separate department.
Okay, so they're enterprise fund.
No.
Well, the way you have it listed, so if I'm looking at this, okay, so I see, they're down here, and then they're down here, we have information technology as well, double
Oh,
time.
I see.
Do you see that?
But there's no number actually over there.
I know, but I'm-
Yes, thank you, yes.
Okay,
It
thank
should have been
you.
deleted, yes.
Okay, so I'm just trying to follow what you have.
Got
Okay,
it.
thank you.
And I do want to clarify, against police, you have that asterisk because that includes FTEs with no budget. I'm trying to get the right wording.
FT with no budget.
I'm asked not to say defunded anymore, so.
Right.
We appreciate that. We need to be as clear as possible. So for economic development, I'm seeing, and I remember, so it was with planning and development services for a little bit. Then it went into the city manager's office, it looks like from 2018 to 21. And then it becomes its own department in 22, 23. What happened in 21, 22? We don't have any economic development.
I think it's probably built into the planning and
It went back into
development.
planning and development
I
and
have
then
to
back
check
in-
what exactly happened over
Yeah,
there.
okay.
Yeah.
Other
That,
questions?
that,
Go ahead.
that's right. So there was like a
It went
short,
back into
it was a
planning.
short period, like 1 or 2 year period where it was under PBS.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
It was a what?
I didn't know
It was
history.
under planning for 1 year.
Oh,
Yeah. Anything else?
16. And so we have 16 PD positions that are not, which
Are not
which do not
funded.
have budget.
Okay.
Yes.
We have one question from the public. Yeah. The question was, do we have any budgets for school or school districts?
School district is a budget by itself. They have their, it doesn't come under the city's budget, and they have their own revenue and their own expenditures.
The question was community things for, so youth programming? Yeah, the question was, what about youth programming?
So we do have a budget, we have a youth coordinator and a budget line item for youth activities. And also there is for community events, we have the community coordinator, I think Shelley, she's out here, and she has a budget, and she organizes, helps organize, put together all the community events. And if you want any more details, I can request Shelley to help me out over there. Good question, thank you. Okay, so now we go back, and you can let me know if you'd like me to go through these lists of responses. I'm happy to read through them, or if you want me to move on. Either way, I'm fine. The responses were a cumulative effect of all the departments that put into it. So do you want me to go through them, through the questions? Yes.
I do.
I think these were just published pretty recently, right? So why don't we go through them briefly so that we all, make sure everybody all has that information?
Can we go back to, I just want to ask a quick question about Mare Island's CFDs.
Uh-huh. You talking about the position?
Can you just clarify for me a little bit more about that, please?
You're talking about the two positions that you're seeing over there?
Yes.
Those are the bridge operators, and they are charged to the Mare Island CFD. So we have got two bridge operators in there.
Thank you so much for that clarity.
Alrighty, so I'll quickly go through these questions. So the question 1, question 2 was about the, what we just went through. Question 3 was about 6 million vacancy that we have built into the budget. And the question was, do we need those positions? Every department said they need the positions. So yes, they do need the positions. Can we freeze positions? Yes, if we need to balance the budget, we can freeze positions. And that is something that we can get more into detail if required. When will the salary study be completed? In the next couple of months. I believe the draft is almost ready, and it should be finalized in the next couple of months. There was a question about the employee contribution for pensions. So that's why we said it'll take a little time to bring that, because different bargaining units have got different contributions. As far as safety is concerned, the classic members, they pay 9%, and the PEPRA members, they pay 13.75%. For citizens, if you want to know, there is 2 categories of pension, which is called Classic and PEPRA. Classic are the older employees, and I don't know the year in which PEPRA was brought in by CalPERS. 13, thank you. Basically, previously, the Classic, it was based on whatever your last salary is, and now with PEPRA members, there's a cap. So it does not matter how much you earn, there is a cap on how much you can contribute and what you will get back as pension. So that's, when we keep talking about Classic and PEPRA, that's the difference. So when it comes to PEPRA, for safety, the employees pay 13.75. For IAFF, there is an additional 4.4% that the members pay into, into the city's portion of the pension. And then for IBW camp and the executive, that is the UNREP, the employee portion for PEPRA is 7.75, and for Classic, it is 9% in all. So that is at a high level of all the pension, the employee portion of it. I think last time we had covered the employer portion of it. Then there was provide a map and list of city properties. This, I was provided a link by the Public Works team, so I'm told that if you click on the link, It's not-
Yeah, can we clarify, I think what's up on the screen and what you're reading from is different from what's online. What's online starts with really safety in the community and review of all city-owned properties. Is there another file that is floating around somewhere? Yeah.
What's that? What, this?
Through the chair, there's about 3 different exhibits. This is Exhibit 1. There's also another exhibit which has other
There should be one more.
Yeah. Okay, this is the presentation. This is the org charts.
Yeah, this one.
Exhibit 1, Measure P, Exhibit 2, council meeting questions. Got it. Okay, so there are 2 exhibits.
Yes.
With Q and A. The first is Exhibit 2, council meeting questions, and then Exhibit 5, responses to questions raised by the community, and we're on Exhibit 2 right now.
Yes.
Thank you. I was looking at Exhibit 5. I think some of us were, yeah. All right, thank you. So in that case, let's make sure everybody has it open before we move.
So Exhibit 2, and right now I'm on question number 7.
Okay, and for the community members, we're on the Civic Clerk portal, the attachments on the agenda. When you go to supplemental agenda packet materials. Yeah. Or the big packet, it's page 17.
Okay. All right. So moving on to question number 7, what is the current revenue and expenses of each property? Sorry, 8, question number 8. So question number 7 was the link to the property map, and then question number 8 is current revenue and expenses for each of the city properties. So basically, from Ferry Building, so we have Ferry Building and Empress Theater, and we each have got their own budget, and we track them in different funds. And then there is, as far as other properties are concerned, the lease is not as regular, and so that is what our property manager is overseeing, collection of those rents and updating all the contracts and rental agreements. The city does not have a specific budget for each of the properties. We have a city-wide, a single fund where it's for all city-wide properties that is put in there. General fund contributes around $1 million every year, and that fund just keeps, Public Works takes care of expenses as they come up from that fund. Ferry Building, what is the revenue and expenditure? So Ferry Building in 23-24, it generated 196,000 in revenue. For the current year, it's currently around 120. And the expenditure that, as of 24-25, has been about 200,000 for Ferry Building. Status of Herbert House. So the Heritage and Landmarks Commission recently discussed their thoughts on Herbert House, and they have prepared a memo for council. EDD staff are working on an RFP, and they should come forward to council soon. Status on the PD building. PD building is currently on review with the building division, and the architect was also asked for an additional proposal to give recommendations on the courtyard relocation. Marina dredging, we had no funding allocated for dredging for 24-25, so the 2025 season does not have funding for dredging. If there will be money allocated, then in 26, that would be about 1.5 to 2 million for dredging, and that would open up the entrances on the north and the south. Status of the bond for roads, we did issue an RFP. We have selected a municipal advisor. We are currently working, Water also wanted to use them for their, to review their fee study process. And so they're working with Water on the scope. And once that scope is put through, we will bring the contract to council for approval. Can we put police or security guards at hotels? This is a response I got in the Economic Development Commission, that hoteliers are considering a partnership with Flock. They plan to pilot a program at Marriott. Assuming if any details, then police chief can help. How do you reinstitute midnight basketball? That is a direction council can give the staff to add it to the current budget or the proposed budget.
For clarification, that's late night basketball. There's two difference. That's just for clarification.
Okay, so midnight basketball is different.
Yeah, that's different.
Oh, okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Oh,
So we have to, so what I'm trying to request is a late night basketball, and that is with our first responders. It's for safety purposes of why we are doing it this way. Thank you.
what's the status of broadband? So in our presentation, we will be covering about the fiber fund. We call it the fiber fund, where all the broadband development is happening. They did get an infusion from various grants and ARPA funding. And the 5-year projection is around 600,000 per year. We haven't reached that point yet. There are certain roadblocks that we are trying to overcome. And it's only year 2 now since all the funding was put in, so it takes a little time to get it up to speed. Plan for abandoned buildings in District 6. Update on city-owned properties in District 6, PG&E site and 50 Solano are being remediated. Cuvette is leased, General Mills is leased, South Vallejo Community Center is in use.
The question is, do we have a permit for the General Mills site? And what is the revenue generated?
With that information, yeah. Oh, thank you, Minnie. I don't think we have that information at our fingertips, but we can get back to you with that information.
Reka, sorry, that's really loud.
Yes, Veronica?
Are we confusing General Mills and Sperry Mills?
I think we're talking about Sperry Mill, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that's our city attorney who's participating remotely. No, I don't think we have an update, but we will get back to you with that information.
Can I, just for clarity, Veronica, is there a difference between Sperry Mill and General Mill? I thought they were the same facility.
They are, but it's.
So the Sperry Mills site is partially owned by the city and partially owned by private parties. The other, what I would call manufacturing site that's on the river is the former, I think, sugar factory, which is a completely different site that the city doesn't have ownership.
That's no better.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
I
still
think-
confused, sorry.
Yeah, let's bring this back, because it sounds like we don't have good information.
And just for clarity, if you could, all the questions that regarding District 6, can you please forward, include me there, because I'm one of the ones asked.
The attachment's online, yeah.
No, the get back questions, they don't have to get back.
The
Oh,
response.
yes, understood.
All right. Okay, so we will make a note of that, and we'll send back clarifications. Maintenance cost for fire stations. So as I'd mentioned previously, all city-owned properties are under a single fund, and it's from that single fund that whether it is fire building or leased properties, everything comes from that fund itself. So there's nothing specific for fire departments.
So I just want to chime in. And it goes also back to referencing just all of our city buildings and money sitting in one budget. I think we should have enough experience by now about these different sites that we own and what are the different types of costs that have come up, what are the reoccurring costs, where I think we should be able to, even if it's one fund, break that fund out and specifically be able to project what we're potentially going to spend on each of those buildings. I think that's really important. And I'm not a fan of everything sitting in one pot and there's no real allocation, there's no real accountability when we do that type of accounting. I don't call that accounting. And I think we need to get sharper in how we're handling our budget. And I think it would help us all in the budgeting aspect and the expenditures and the expectation of how each department are spending funds to do whatever the work is necessary. You know, there should be work orders that are associated, but all that data should be here by this time. There should be enough experience to really cost this out better and be able to see it better. And I would ask that we really consider that in this coming budget cycle.
And to add to that, I wanted to focus back to the fire departments. Do we know when the last time we had an overhaul of any of our fire departments, other than the Glen Cove fire halls? I've toured many of them, and I think that, expecting employees to live half their lives in these facilities, they need some love. So, do we know the last time we had any major renovations?
Yes. So the newest station we had was built in 2001. That's Station 7 on Ascot. And then past that, the last time we've had stations remodeled, which was Station 21 on Marin Street, that was in 2001, and Station 23 on Redwood Street, that was in 2002. And since then, we've had no major overhauls except for the Glen Cove refurbishing, but that wasn't an overhaul.
So that was over 20 years ago that we
Yes.
remodeled any fire halls.
Yes.
I think that's something we need to try to focus on as part of this council.
And I'd like to add to that. So when I think about our firehouses, and as my colleague said, you're spending half of your life, the better part of your life there. And we really have to consider, if we want to see equity in that work, meaning diversity in terms of males and females, so forth and on, we really do need to figure out how we're going to revamp, rebuild, or renovate our fire houses. Because I'm a female and I do not want to sleep with my male colleagues. It's as simple as that. Let's just be honest. And so we really need to figure out how to make things better and be able to attract diversity in the personnel for our fire department.
Yes, through the chair. So I have a question is from the chief. Could you please tell me when the last work was done on Station 22? That's in District 6. If I say that correctly, you can feel free to correct me. That's Station 22, correct?
Yes. The last time there was any work done in that's been kind of since we reopened that station post-bankruptcy. It was painted on the inside, and the kitchen has been refurbished but not overhauled. And then that was 3 years ago.
Okay. So but do you, any inspection that says it might need some more work done, especially on the outside?
All of our stations need to be worked on.
Right,
That
right.
station was 1981, Glen
Oh,
Cove was 1991, and then 2001 for 27. 4 of our stations were built in 1968. We have the standards of cover that we have an RFP going out for, and in that standards of cover, it's going to talk about station location and that type of infrastructure, and then put a plan in place to either put on the capital improvement list or relocate or build additional stations. And we're going to use that as the roadmap for this capital improvement project. So we're going to use the outside data and the consultant to let us know where we need to focus our energy and efforts, and then how to fund that moving forward.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your help.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and I know we're getting into the weeds on this particular issue, but I think one thing we can do during the workshop is, and I'm trying to take some notes, identify things that we want to prioritize potentially when we look for external funding. So when we're looking for federal and state funding opportunities, when we're making our appropriation requests, and I've made a note for the fire, because it connects into disaster preparedness, and I would imagine that there are funds for disaster preparedness. If we have a plan for our maintenance needs of our fire stations, that can be something that we put on that prioritization list. Like, we don't have a ton of funds right now to do the work, but let's go ahead and, as the vice mayor said, we've got to start planning ahead for that. So thank you all for raising that. Go ahead, Councilmember Tulik.
And I think this goes to the overall picture of, as we're in the process of our city asset management program, is that we have a, I guess, this more managed in a more organized way. And I think to Councilmember Lediju's point is we're having line items of a cost perspective of how we're managing all of this, and what funds we're putting in, or what the expenses are. Starting off there, where the expenses are for each facility, to make sure that we're putting our expenses in the right places at the right time. And if in order to identify if we're overexpending in some areas or on certain facilities, that we may have to reevaluate that before we get down the rabbit hole too far on some of these expenses.
All right, thank you all.
So I was just reading the notes which was provided by Public Works, and they did go on to say that planned future work includes driveway and roof repair for Station 21, as well as kitchen upgrade at Station 25. And I don't want to put Debbie on the spot, but I know that for our project 111, where the funds go in, Public Works does plan out where the funding will be used, at least for the next coming year, right? How can we stimulate sales tax revenue? For example, gift card program. Economic Development Department is currently working on implementing phase 1 of ED strategic plan to assist in increasing revenues. And then there's also the small business revolving loan that is ongoing. When and how much will it cost to upgrade zoning code? I'm going to be reading this because I don't know a lot about it, but I think Kristen is the expert at this, right? Okay. So I'm just reading. Phase 2 of the zoning updates are planned for this year and are likely to focus on procedures sections of Title 16. This work will be done primarily in-house, but may require an environmental review. And I'm not reading the whole thing. Goals in the next 3 years to develop District 6. And the responses that came in were continue to clean up areas, to improve the curb appeal, to attract small business owners, remove the broken down paddle wheel in the river, get Old General Mills site reactivated, cite all the known chop shops that are eyesores, work with businesses that are in District 6 to increase their foot traffic. What timelines for performance audit? We are currently working on the RFP. We just want to get our heads out of the budget process, and then we will start focusing on the performance audit. There were a few more additional questions that we could not get. It needed a little bit more time for responses. There was the review of department's org chart, but then Stephanie Hirakli yesterday produced all the org charts and where we are. That's the copies she has provided everyone. What are the gaps in positions so that we can better serve the city? That's a long-term analysis that is ongoing. Create a budget and finance committee? Yes. How can we track and provide transparency to other funds such as CFD? We could provide more reporting, but I think we need more clarification as to what exactly was needed for that. And then Six Flags, funding for Six Flags revenue should be allocated to Six Flags area, and can the city renegotiate for additional revenues with Six Flags? I didn't have an answer to that yet. So with that, I've gone through all the council questions. If you want, I can pause, because the next slide is Exhibit 5, which is the community questions.
And I'm inclined to say, we want to be thorough, I'm inclined to say let's go through these. Some of them are duplicative, so this one
Yes.
probably won't take as long as the previous, but I think we should go through at least the ones that were, where there are responses.
Okay. So there was the review all city-owned properties, and there is a detailed response over here. Maybe I can provide copies to these, or do you just want to read through them?
Well, we have it, this one's also online, this is Exhibit 5 online. I don't know that we need to print it out for everyone, but I think, for me at least, I'm looking specifically at question 2, which is the city-owned properties. I think we should read that one out and talk about that. And then maybe council members can raise if there are other ones we want to talk about. But I definitely would like to look at the response to the city-owned properties.
Okay.
In your response, can you say how many, what's the total number of city-owned properties? Is it 20? Okay.
I'm turning around and looking at Public Works to help me with this.
So do we have an estimate? Because I think what's important when we're talking and we're making, when we are talking numbers, we're saying 20 city-owned properties are this, but we have 100, 200, 300, we have, out of the 300 city-owned properties, 22 are this, the remaining are that. And so it doesn't give this
The full
picture
picture.
of what really is here. And that's what we're missing. What is the population?
We might need to turn the mic on. We just want to make sure it gets picked up for the recording.
A lot of the city-owned properties are water towers, are off-site buildings, or open lots that don't have a building on it. That's why we focus on the 26 that are actual buildings.
So that's great clarification. So when we're talking about it, it's not that we have, it says 20 city-owned, so we have 26 buildings and 22 are this. So that's all I'm looking for, to put it into perspective. Thank you very much, sir.
And I think I appreciate this list. So 20 city-owned properties are collateralized and cannot immediately be sold. Okay, makes sense. Can we publish somewhere a list of those properties? So I'm off the top of my head, for the public, people are asking questions about our properties. 400 Mare Island Way is collateralized. What else is collateralized? I'm seeing 126 Ohio on here. We just own a residential house on Ohio Street. That's odd. So I want information about that. Where's Phoenix Circle? Is Phoenix Circle collateralized? So I think maybe we have some more information we need on this. I don't expect this knowledge to be housed in the finance department. Let me clarify. I don't know if city manager, we need more time. Yeah. Because it's interesting to see a residential home on here that I don't know if my returning colleagues knew that.
I'm sorry, Madam. Phoenix Circle is also a residential home, and it is in the water enterprise.
So it's not on this list simply because but it's not collateralized. It's just not on this list.
So could we come back to this question and make it complete? Whoever owns the data, I think that's a fair request, and then it allows us to go on. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead.
So,
Councilmember
so just
Palmares.
for everyone's edification, February 26th, nurses have sent out an email with the list of all the city-owned properties. So if you want to digest a little bit.
Yeah, so let's, I want to be clear that I really appreciate, this is a lot of information that's good to have, and let's complete it with more information, cross-check it with what was sent, and then we can have further discussion. I'm really interested in this residential house on Ohio. I'm very curious about that. Yeah.
So yeah, we'll prepare a revised summary that addresses the issues that were raised, which is how many, provides more of a complete landscape, how many properties we have in total, how many of them are vacant lots, how many of them are city utility related, how many of them are residential, how many of them are collateralized, and all of that.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions from the community, the Exhibit 5 that we want to raise and discuss? Okay, go ahead. If you say your question, I'll repeat it, or you can grab a mic, either whichever you prefer. Yeah. Yeah. The question was, so on that question 2, one of the opportunities to unlock value of city-owned properties is sell marina. The question was, if we sell the marina to a private entity, what requirements would be put on that private entity to ensure that they're accountable? I don't know that we have an answer to that. I don't want to answer the question, but my instinct is that this is just being listed as an option that we could pursue, and that there's not any detail. It would be something that if we decided that was something we would do, then we would develop exactly what you were talking about. Yeah. I don't know if anyone has anything to add. One more question from the community. Yeah.
I'm just so perplexed about 126 Ohio.
Another question about 126 Ohio. Yeah.
I really want a lot of information about this, like why the city and the fire.
Yeah.
Again, it's turned out 20th century, over 100 years ago. If in the historic district, what was done that was not big, and why would you think 2 years later it would be that much more well-known?
So, the question was, we want to know how we acquired 126 Ohio. It's in a historic district. What's the status and how is the value determined? Yeah. Yeah. So we'll ask for that more information.
I think it has been rented to community-based organizations to provide services. I believe at one time it was used as a halfway house for a substance abuse program, and may have been for other purposes. The city, the former redevelopment agency of the city owned a lot of properties that it acquired for various purposes, including assembly, so that those plots, when assembled, could be redeveloped. And when the redevelopment agency was ended through the state of California, the city inherited as a successor agency some properties, and so that might be why the city owns various properties in different redevelopment project areas throughout the city. But we'll provide a follow-up with more information on all of that. Thanks.
Okay, and that's helpful. Can we clarify, though, the fact that it was put on this list as a potential property we could sell means that it's not currently in use by any, especially any sensitive use that now we've blasted out the address? I'm assuming if staff chose to put it on this list that there's nothing sensitive happening there right now.
Well, there are certain community organizations that provide services that are sensitive uses. A halfway house for substance abuse wouldn't be one of those.
No,
So
no.
I don't think it's revealed anything, but yeah.
I just had a moment where I said, okay, I hope we're not digging into
No,
something
yeah.
that's going to put anyone ever, okay.
Madam Mayor, 126 Ohio is not used for a
It's not
sensitive
being
use at
There
this
we go.
time.
All right. That's what we wanted to know. Thank you for the questions. Other questions about the community, that document? Sure. Yeah, the question.
Would whatever
The question is for the properties that are being that are currently collateralized, is that a fixed situation, or can that be changed and those properties be sold?
Yeah, it's not a fixed situation. For some of them, we have very favorable loan terms, and so, but one of the main reasons to hire a new municipal advisor, which is like a financial advisor for a city, is to have them review those arrangements, because we're very interested in what opportunity might exist in selling some of these surplus properties that would provide us with an infusion of assets that we could use for other purposes. For instance, upgrading some of our existing city facilities.
Second question. I understand when the city is selling surplus properties that the new surplus land act applies. Is that in all cases, or does it depend on the zoning for the property? So for example, if it's zoned residential, I would think that the surplus land act would apply. But if something is zoned commercial, which 400 Muir Island Way, just to use as an example, had been commercial, would the surplus land act require us to make that available for affordable housing, essentially?
Question, we might have to start passing around a mic. I'm doing my best. The question was around the Surplus Lands Act, and the city-owned properties, when put up for sale, are required to then be put up for affordable housing in accordance with Surplus Land Act. And the question was, is this dependent on the zoning, whether it's commercial or residential?
I think it applies to all surplus properties. It doesn't obligate the city to enter into a sale agreement with any particular organization. It just requires that the city advertise the surplus property, receive proposals from other public agencies and also affordable housing providers, and engage in good faith negotiations. But the zoning would be an issue. It still needs to be a project that would be feasible for that area. And so it doesn't require, I don't believe, the city to change the zoning to accommodate affordable housing if that's not an appropriate use for that site.
Thanks. And we now have a mic going around, because I think I was trying to save time walking the mic, but I think me repeating the questions is taking more time. So we'll pass around a mic for the future. And I think we're ready to talk about the shortfall and our options. Oh, we have more questions. Oh, on the Exhibit 5. Go ahead. Oh, let's wait for the mic, though. Oh, we were saying we weren't going to read every single one, but we were going to ask if people wanted to discuss certain ones. So are there any ones you want us to discuss? The two other substantive responses here are around vehicle replacement plans and the electric vehicle transition. And there's some information in the attachment about that. And by the way, if you end up with a question about this, feel free to just go ahead and ask it later too. We can absolutely take the question. All right, let's go ahead and move. Oh, one more question. Go ahead. Let's wait for the mic. Yeah.
I see question 6 here isn't answered about what programs do we currently fund. And I think as we move into the budget shortfall, that'd be important that we have the answer to that question, so we can see maybe even if there are things we can draw from there rather than services. So, but that's my question now. If there are any programs that we currently fund with general fund revenue.
Needed more clarification, because when we talk, maybe accountants speak, when you say programs, we start listing every single program that the city has. And that's why for us, that was a very long compilation that we can put together. That's why we didn't have a response over here, because the programs are, the city has a lot of programs. Yep. Okay.
Is that list of programs available on our website or somewhere that the public can see it, or is it something that only the city has?
Well, it was, when we were talking about compiling the answer, it was, are we talking about all the projects and everything that the city does, is that what the listing is? Or is it just nonprofit programs, or is it like, we needed more clarification
Yeah.
as to,
Because I agree with what the person asked, what Tony asked was, if we're going to have to make budget decisions, it would be nice to know what kind of programs we're funding that maybe we don't fund this year, or, if there's Little League programs or electric vehicle programs or whatever programs, subsidies and things that the city is doing, the Empress Theater or like the museum or all those types of things. It'd be nice to kind of know
got it?
how much we're spending on all those various things to know, well, we've given this for this number of years, maybe we shift it to this organization instead of that organization, or those types of things.
Okay.
It's kind of like, at least that's what I took from the question, and because I had the same question, so.
Yeah, and I would build on that and say, kind of to what I was, the point I made earlier about external funding, looking at the programs we fund and identifying if some of these programs could potentially be funded through alternative sources that the city could help procure. And that could be a way for us to find some money in the budget.
Yeah, so it's not specific, like, we need this for the city to run. These are things that we're paying for that are not necessarily focused on city operations, but more of like community enrichment type of things.
So community programs that the city is paying for? Okay.
Yeah, not like the broadband program or the building maintenance or something like that, like our community, community programming.
Yeah, we can assemble that list. That's good clarification. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let's go ahead. Let's move to the next section. I don't want to leave anybody out, but we have one more. Go ahead. Yeah. The mic's coming. It's got to we're wanting it to get picked up online. That's the reason for the mic.
Thank you. I missed the last session, and I really appreciate this, and thank you very much. I want to go back to the packet of the org chart that I'm really glad is finally provided, because it's kind of been hard to figure out who's where. I do have a comment before we move into the other stuff. I'm looking at the finance department, and the finance department is very robust, and it looks like certainly under the assistant finance director and accounting and auditing, payroll, et cetera, that's fully funded. I am still shocked that we are $8 million in the hole. And, I pay attention to the budget generally every year, and everything's fine. That's a huge misjudgment. So I see where, we're projecting some things. I'm a little pessimistic about going forward, not as optimistic as you are. So again, I don't think that's generally understood by the community, and I think we have to understand in a very clear statement where we've been and what's projected in the following year, and why we have to continue to suffer in certain departments and not being fully funded. So I'm appreciative of this chart. It's great. And I see where our weaknesses are in some of economic development specifically. But anyway, I'm just surprised by some of the numbers and feeling it's a little optimistic. Thanks.
If I can comment to that, just for clarity, for those that weren't here the last time, the first numbers that we were given were raw data. So it was all of the requests based on the stuff that the city staff require, or the departments requested, and it was just an extrapolation of the last year's budget with an increase of a 3% inflation. So that's where the $8 million deficit came from. But I think now we're going to see where those numbers have been massaged, and they've gone back to the departments and said, do we really need this or that? And I think that's where we're going to get to is this next section. So just as a clarity for those that weren't here.
Yeah, and I think I don't know that we got it broken down, but some of the budget shortfall is the natural. Every city's having a budget shortfall, inflation, blah blah blah, and some of it is we have changed the accounting of how we're doing the budget and how we're accounting for salary savings, and that the way that the city was budgeting salary savings in the past few years perhaps represented what would have otherwise been a deficit in a different way, and that was something that we very early on, this council had expressed to the city manager. We want to truly balance the budget. So we're seeing this deficit because now we're doing that work that I think I know people on this council had been clamoring for this over the past couple years, but previous councils had sort of not asked for that. And now we are, and now we're doing the work. Yeah.
I do want to add that our revenues are flat that we are projecting out for 25, 26. It's not a very optimistic, so the top line itself, normally for instance, our sales tax would be growing anything from 4 to 5%, and this year it's less than 1% is the projection that we have been given. And we base it on projections as provided by HDL, who is our vendor, who does all our sales tax projection. Similarly, for property tax also, and I'm talking about property tax and sales tax because they are the two biggest revenue generators for the city. Both of them are almost flat, and that is a major contributor because everything else, expenditures are increasing. We can't control that, and the revenues are not increasing at the same pace.
We're going to put you on the mic.
Again, being a realtor and looking at flat sales for properties, especially with the interest rates going up instead of down, I really hope our transfer tax is being taken into consideration because we're going to lose a lot in that. We rely on that. Solano County, the only city in the county that gets a city transfer tax is Vallejo. That's $3.30 per thousand. Again, with flatter sales, I think that's going to hurt.
Yes, for sure. You've got it spot on.
Yeah, and we started getting into that last time with the sales tax flattening and all. Yeah, it's not a great outlook. All right, let's go ahead.
All righty then. So we are on, I believe, slide 16. Okay, so some of these surpluses that we talked about in 24-25, we touched upon it last session as well, where we talked about the $500 from the golf fund, that because they've started generating enough cash, we can get them to pay back what the city has been subsidizing for golf. The pension lump sum discount of $814, this is for the current fiscal year, which was not sent to the pension trust account, and we could let it flow into the fund balance for 24-25. Similarly, for vacant positions, when we do the budget, we budget the normal cost for fully funded positions, and so the normal cost that comes out from the vacant positions at the end of the year, we are projecting that to be about $1 million. And one of the factors that we added to this is the retiree health contribution. In the 24-25 budget, we had budgeted this to be funded from the city's general fund, and now we are proposing it to be funded from the trust account so that that 1.3 million as well flows into our fund balance, and we could increase the surplus for when we close the year out. And then moving on to the next slide, which is potentials for 25-26. Historically, we have budgeted the leave payout at 1.1 million. For 24-25, we had reduced that budget to 500,000, so we are proposing, and we've kind of stayed within that. So we are proposing to reduce that budget again for 25-26. It is a moving number. We do not know who wants to retire when, but usually when MOUs are in place, we see lesser number of retirements, so we are hoping that we will stay within that, and we could relook at it at mid-year, how we are trending. We had previously proposed a 10% reduction in services and supplies, which was about 1.2 million. We are now proposing another 10% reduction in service and supplies to help get an additional 970,000, if that is something that we want to consider.
So is that really realistic? Because we did that last time, and then we brought it back, right back at mid-year. So I just want us to be realistic when we're putting out, oh, potentially we can do X, Y, and Z, and then at mid-year, we'll come back and say, oh, this really didn't work, and we need, So again, I challenge us to think about what have been our trends and what does that really mean, so that we can come together and be realistic about what is possible. Because if you tell me we're gonna do another 10%, and mid-year, you come back and say, oh, we really need this money, Tanya's gonna say, I'm sorry, I totally disagree. Tell your departments to figure out how to get there. And so if the departments really don't believe that they can get there, we need to be honest about that, because it is going to be a true concerted effort to make that happen. And departments will have to really be diligent about that. You know, I'm a department head, so I need to be honest about it, and I want to be a partner in developing a really good budget that we can be honest and true about.
Okay, so if I may just clarify a little bit, what we've done a little different from what last time's 10% was in 24-25. 24-25 was a blanket cut across the board. This time, we pulled out essentials like utilities, security, janitorial service, animal services. We pulled all that out, and we have not put a cut for them. Additionally, the second 10%, we did not put it for vehicle maintenance and replacement. We left that because we know that it's going to come to bite us later on. So we've tried a little bit more. It is better than what we were last time, where we just said 10% across the board. And we have tried to consider all the things that we know we cannot control. And there is also, this time in the baseline, we built a 3% escalation. That was not there last time.
So that explanation, so you don't have to keep going on, with that explanation and putting it into context makes a very different story about this. So one of the things that I will ask for, and I appreciate the work, and I get it when we're on the counting side, we're trying to make it all work, right? That is, give context. So then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. There's this going on, and our department heads believe that it's doable because here's our methodology. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I'll just add, I think the first 10% is doable because we did it this year. We changed the methodology for creating the baseline such that we built the baseline for this upcoming fiscal year based on the current year's budget as adjusted at mid-year. So anything, the 10% cut across the board, which Reka referenced, included cuts to things that are essentially fixed costs that are not feasible. At mid-year, departments needed to come back and ask for extra funding for those things. The extra funding was incorporated into the baseline. So I think that first 10% we've demonstrated over the course of the current year is feasible. The second 10%, we haven't had detailed conversations with departments about. So between now and when we come back with the actual preliminary proposed budget, we're going to really need to make sure that those are feasible. As Reka said, we have changed the methodology such that it's not across the board, even in coming up with this estimated savings, because we know that some things are not, we can't manage those. But yeah, we definitely have some more work to do with the departments to make sure they're feasible.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Through the chair?
Yeah.
So I literally was wondering that, and that's why I was looking in my book. So yeah, it matched up what you just said, and I appreciate that clarity. Thank you.
I think we're good.
Okay, so, and then, I don't know where I stopped, but the retiree medical OPEB? So that's for 25, 26. We will pay, we are proposing to pay that from the trust account, the 1.3 million. Currently, our OPEB is 80% funded. That's based on the last actuarial report. We still have to get the updated actuarial report, but it always gets a little better every time. And then the lump sum payment that we talk about of paying it from the trust account rather than paying it from general fund. Oh, my PowerPoint. So, Councilmember Ledaju, you had asked us to look at the cost-benefit analysis, and I didn't realize it didn't come into our PowerPoint, but it's there in the staff report, where we compared the cost of using the funds. If we did not transfer the funds to, did not make a lump sum payment, and if that funding, when it is invested, how much we would make or if we would pay monthly. So one of the factors that we need to consider when we pay monthly is that CalPERS still charges us on our balance. So when we take a lump sum, that balance has come down, and so what CalPERS is also charging comes down. So when we considered both together, we were like, oh, this is a win-win situation for the city to pay a lump sum earlier than to let it drag on during the whole month. So I've got that in the staff report. Yes.
I have a question back to the first bullet about the leave payout. So I think I said this last time, I'm definitely not in favor of doing things to balance the budget that are gonna put us in a position that's worse off later, like exacerbating our pension liability concerns or our healthcare costs or things like that. The decreased leave payout, what are the implications of that? I'm assuming anything that's on this list has been vetted as this is doable. What is the implication of that? Why do we feel like we can do that? Are we just anticipating fewer leave payouts?
Yes.
Okay.
So
this is not mortgaging anything into the future. This is just us going, hey, we've improved this situation.
Right, and usually when the trend we look, when there's no MOU in place, we see more retirement coming through, and that's when the leave payout comes into effect. And so we are assuming, okay, for 25-26, we have all the 4 MOUs in place, so it inspires people to stay on longer than to start retiring earlier. We really don't know who is going to retire, other than looking at the
So
age.
there's a little bit of risk here. Would you say it's an optimistic projection, or have you made kind of how would you characterize this projection from a risk perspective? Like, we can save 600K optimistically, conservatively?
Optimistically.
Optimistically, okay. So we would be, if we counted on that to balance the budget, there would be a bit of risk for us.
And if that is, even if it is, when I'm looking at the current year trend, we are around 600,000 is what we have, so it's around that area. So that's why I would say optimistically.
Maybe cautiously optimistic? Okay,
yeah.
thank you, I appreciate that.
And just add a little bit more info on that. So we actually do have an unfunded liability in this area. So the city has a few big personnel-related unfunded liabilities. The ones we're used to hearing about is the unfunded liability for our pensions. CalPERS, as we discussed at the last workshop, is requiring increased contributions from local agencies. So even though that's a very large unfunded liability, we're essentially on a mandated repayment plan for that because CalPERS is requiring us to make payments. So there's a plan to get to full funding on that. The city of Vallejo, as we mentioned last time, actually is in a very good position regarding its other major unfunded liability, which is retiree medical benefits, which we call other post-employment benefits, OPEB. The city set aside a trust, and Reka mentioned that that's about 80%, that liability is about 80% funded, which is also great. A lot of cities have much lower levels. What we owe employees who have accrued leaves that we would need to pay them if they left this accrued leave liability, we haven't set aside funds for, and we're just paying as you go. So that's a smaller, we do look at what that amount is, and Reka, can you remind me?
10 million?
Okay, so that's $10 million of unfunded liability. The way we budget here for this leave payout is just pay as you go for that year. If we budget a larger amount and staff don't end up leaving, we don't pay it out, we don't put that into an account to save for it. So in our long-term financial planning, that's another unfunded liability that we need to account for. It's a little bit different than pension and OPEB because we know somewhat with some degree of certainty what we're going to owe employees in the future for that, whereas it's possible employees will use their accrued leave and we won't pay them out. So there's a little less certainty about that amount. So just wanted, I don't know that in any of our budget discussions to this point, we had talked about that unfunded liability. It's a
Yeah.
smaller one than OPEB or pension, but it's still out there, and we need to do some planning for it long-term.
Right, okay, so because I made a note of, okay, this seems okay, but let's have a backup plan. And I'm imagining you're already doing this work, but maybe we can, for a next step, once we get through the budget process, we can look at, I'm thinking particularly police and fire.
Yes.
Because I've talked to, I think, both of the chiefs, and there's this sense, nationally, that we're just at a point in time where we're getting a wave of retirements, where people were brought on at a certain time in great numbers. They stayed for a while, and now we weren't hiring as many because those folks were in. Now they're retiring in greater numbers, and we're gonna then have to restaff, which is gonna be an issue, but we're also potentially gonna have to make those leave payouts. Because I would imagine folks, especially in VPD and probably VFD as well, it's not like they've really had a lot of opportunity to take a lot of leave. So we probably have some maybe not a cliff, but we probably have a large number of those coming up and coming down the pipe that we need to plan for. Go ahead.
So as it relates to leave, does the city have a policy around capping on leave? Okay. And so then with that, what statistical work has been done for attrition? Because that attrition, you've come up with $10 million, so you must have a chart. I can't think of the actual term right now. Actuary. So there must be an actuary work done around attrition and what that attrition potentially is going to cost us against even the leave balances that are possible to accrue, so forth and on. Do we have a tool that we're using?
So the 10 million is actual calculation. So at the end of its year, we look at each balance of the employees. So they have the annual leave that is kind of 100% if they retire. So we have to pay cash 100%. There's also a sick leave portion that is cashable based on the MOU. So we do the calculation every employee by bargaining group based on the MOU. So that 10 million is actual calculation of each person as of June 30 each year. So it kind of change every year, and then it is based on the latest salary rate of each person.
Okay. And so then I also imagine that at some point in time, we are going to begin saving towards this.
So a to-do for the finance department and all departments is to create a long-term financial plan, and that's when you would surface some of these issues that, they're as Florida mentioned, in the annual financial statements, we include an estimate of the cost of this or the amount of this liability, but we don't plan for it necessarily through the budget process. We need another tool that looks. So I'm thinking that over the course of the upcoming fiscal year, we're going to be developing a long-term financial plan if finance has the capacity.
So with that, when we talk about the pay retiree medical costs from OPEB trust, we're talking about shifting the 1.3 million. What's the effect on that fund if we would shift that 1.3 million to pay our CalPERS? That's your bullet 3.
Yes, I'm just
Okay.
thinking, so the current balance in that account is about 30 million? Is that the question?
Nope, that's not my question.
Okay.
So it's 80, so the good news is it's 80% funded, which is
Correct.
fabulous. Let me give you a hand clap on that. Because as our city manager said, many cities are way below that, very low. And it's a huge debt on our financial statements across the nation. So, but we're talking about shifting money out
Got
to
it.
pay. What is the impact on that fund?
The funding rate. What would be our funding rate if that 1 million went from there? I'd have to run those numbers and
Okay. And because I imagine we're getting X amount of interest because that money is sitting somewhere.
Yes.
So I would really, when we talk about these trade-offs, we really need to know what are the pros and cons of those trade-offs. Because while we might say, okay, let's do that,
Right.
it really may not be beneficial from a perspective of interest as well. So I'd like to understand that.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out, our interest earning itself was pretty high, but I was trying to get to that number to say, you know what, we could probably just touch the interest and not the
So I'd like
principal.
to know that before we make this decision. I'm interested in knowing, what is our annual interest? And it is true, if that our annual interest is high, maybe that's where we take the money from. Or maybe we decide we won't do it at all. But just really, what is the cost analysis, cost-benefit analysis on making this trade-off?
Got it.
Thank you.
And then we talked about a vehicle maintenance and replacement, that we could reduce that by, put a 10% reduction. And then technology hardware, that it would have, so 10% was first mentioned, and then that's why we're talking about 20% because it was 10%, and now the other 10%, that's another 128,000. And that's something that we're constantly trying to build on it every year as far as hardware replacement is concerned. So we transfer a little money every year into that hardware account, and so we are saying this year we reduce that by 10% of what we are building in there.
And again, when we talk about hardware, this is where I would like to hear more from Naveed, because, again, when I'm making these decisions, I understand the importance of information security and so forth and on, and what does it mean? And what are we trying to achieve to make sure that we are safe as a city? And what does our infrastructure need to look like, and how far, what is that gap in terms of really being safe or not safe?
Right, right.
So, thank you.
And I should have put a clarification that any software costs involved, we held that. We did not reduce it from, because we know there are ongoing subscriptions and things of that kind, so we did not touch that. This is hardware.
But hardware is
Yes.
really important.
Yes.
So you can have all the software in the world, but if your hardware is not doing what it's supposed to do, it will not matter. Thank you.
Councilmember Matulik.
And in regards to the vehicle replacement costs, where do the fleet mandates come into play? Does it impact this?
Fleet mandates?
Any of the fleet mandates that are upcoming from this? Yeah.
Oh. So the way we do our fleet is that fleet gives us a projection for 5 years, what needs to be replaced, whether it's because of age or whether the vehicle has been written off. And then we smooth that 5 year. We take an average from that 5 year and put it as the current year's budget. I think last time Melissa mentioned that we are not yet into electrifying all our vehicles. I think they were working on it.
Yeah, so as far as electrifying, going to straight EVs,
Let's get a mic, just so that we pick it up online. I heard feedback from the last workshop that absolutely no sound from the rest of the room makes it into the recording, so it's a good and bad problem to have.
Yeah, so going to straight EVs is next to impossible for us for multiple reasons. One, the cost is very high, and the other thing is lead time for straight EVs. So in the meantime, we are going to hybrids in order to bridge that gap.
So, but with the state mandates that are upcoming, and that's what I want to understand, is where have we accounted into that for when we're putting this into our budget numbers? Are we in jeopardy of any slap on the hand from these state mandates?
I'm sure we are in jeopardy of a slap on the hand. However, so is every other city. In other words, we're all having the same issue of lead times, of ordering, of not getting those vehicles.
And I think, as Director Tigbow mentioned at the last workshop, There's actually a push among cities to possibly revisit the state legislation, particularly related to heavy-duty vehicles, because the technology simply doesn't exist to be able to, there aren't manufacturers who are producing electric heavy-duty vehicles that would meet the service needs. So I think there's going to be some compromise on both ends, including, on the state's requirements, just because they're not fully feasible.
And that's where I was trying to get to, is making sure that we're addressing it from our end to make sure that we're, and if it's a collaborative thing with other jurisdictions, that's when I make sure that we're part of that conversation.
I want to build on that. I wrote, I'm taking notes, and I kind of wrote risky next to this because we also have to contextualize, well, we don't want to kick the can on our maintenance, but we also have to contextualize the extreme uncertainty right now and the fact that cars are probably either going to get more expensive or there are going to be severe disruptions in supply chains as manufacturers await or wait out the uncertainty with the tariffs. So I almost feel like we look at this and we see, okay, we could save $480K. It might cost us $480K just to manage these unexpected costs or tariffs, or we're going to get delayed. So this is another one where I'm kind of starring it and going, we probably don't want to count on this. But I'd love to hear more thoughts on this. I'm just thinking about we might get hit with some really crazy inflation on these costs.
I would agree also, because I feel like with the state mandates, we have many vehicles. We've had listings of all of the employees who have vehicles and all of the other vehicles within the fleet. And I don't know that we are positioning ourselves well to meet that mandate in, I think it's 2035. And I would hate to push that down to the councils that are coming after us to have to come up with millions of dollars to replace those fleet vehicles, because we're just kicking it down the road.
Councilmember Gordon, did you have something?
Oh, well, thank you very much, 'cause I was about to make that same statement that my colleague Peter did, but also, too, as you know, Mayor Soros, as we sit on SoTran board, this is also a concern of theirs as well.
Yep. It's not a great situation. You're going to have every city in California needing the same vehicles with limited supply and costs going up. The state legislature is going to have to deal with this, but we also need to plan ahead for it. We can't just count on the state legislature bailing us out. We've got to be proactive.
So I think there's another thing for this conversation, is that we need to go back and look at the Department of General Services requirements regarding this, because it does give you, I can't find it right now, but there's a % of your vehicles that need to be swapped out. And the other question behind that is having the conversations. We have an assembly member, we have a senator, and so starting those conversations, not just as a city, but even with our county administrator, so that we can have a better lens into this as we're thinking about how we're going forward in investing. Because I think that's really important, because the reality is, yes, it's 2035 and it's been pushed, and there is also a major concern around how much electricity does California have to be able to be electrified in the ways that we are imagining, our legislators have been imagining, and there is an overall acknowledgement of that. And so, again, while we are planning, I also think we need to do some more studying and some more requests around what are we doing at the state level, and what are our state legislators talking about on our behalf.
And I'll add that we're in, I believe, a fortunate position in that both of our state legislators were mayors. So they should understand, and do understand, the implications for cities of what they're passing. All right.
Can I say one more thing?
Go ahead.
And that's why I'm so happy that for our larger vehicles, we are having conversations about having hybrid, because right now there are cities and states complaining that because we are going more electric, that there's a lot of shutdowns all the time with the electricities. So I'm glad to hear that we are going back to the conversations of considering hybrid. So, because who also suffers is residentials as well. So I'm glad that for our larger vehicle fleets, that we are talking about hybrid. Thank you for sharing that, sir.
All right.
Slide 18, basically recapping all the bullet points that we covered in the previous two slides. And what we are saying is from our 7.9 million or 8 million deficit, if we were to implement all the changes that are being recommended, we would end up with a surplus of about 280,000 at the end. So,
We'll save, I'm going to save my commentary on the, for the end on that, but I appreciate any questions on that. We have a question for the public. We may need to get you a mic. If it's a long enough question, if it's a short enough question that I can repeat, the mic is coming.
Just a quick question, like overall in general, how has our budget been affected by any federal cuts? And if so, could you give me a percentage of how much?
So as of now, we have not yet been impacted by federal cuts. And, it got announced and then there was a hold and then nothing has come through yet. So we do not have anything that we can quantify and say, now, going forward, will our number of grants reduce that we get federally? It's, we don't have a fixed number to that yet.
All right, well, thank you.
So I want to add, just help with some clarity. When we look at our budget, how many federal dollars do we have in our budget? Whether it's grants, whatever the case may be.
What's our federal? Yeah, but how much? You're asking how much, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. CFA.
For sure, 20 million.
Outside of housing.
Do you have the CFA?
It's mostly housing, isn't it? Yeah.
Give us a second. We'll pull up the CFA report, then we'll be able
Sure.
to give you that number.
And I'm asking this question because I think it's very important to our youth member here with us today. And that is, when we think about the impact of our budget, potential budget due to federal, I think one of the other things, and I'm not sure when grants are going to be actually re-administered or reallocated for the next fiscal year, there is language that the federal government is putting into the grants. And so we need to stop and think about that, and our city manager is shaking his head. And it deals with DEI and some other issues. So what is the potential impact? And if we're not willing and able to comply with every condition, how are we going to replace those dollars? And I have not heard that conversation yet be brought forward to council. And it's being had in many jurisdictions.
So for fiscal year 23-24, our federal grants is 55 million, but 32 million of that is housing. And there's a 6 million as well, but that is for Navy, and that is for the Mare Island. All the others are safety programs, and those are the SAFER and the COPS, which are already expired. So in our budget, if ever there is a cut, it would be the HUD programs and some of the transportation funds.
Sorry, can you repeat those numbers?
So how much for our transportation funds?
So for transportation right now, don't have really that much money. Transportation is very small because most of the grants are from the state.
Okay.
What was it again? It was 55 million total, 32 million housing?
Yeah, 55 million for 23-24, 32 million is for housing. And 6 million of that is the Navy. And all the others are safety programs and transportation. For transportation, it's very small amount. Most of the grants for our street programs are from the state.
So we have very little dollars that come directly from the federal government?
Yes, mostly-
Outside of HUD?
Yes.
And then,
But there might be awards right now, grant awards that are not yet spent from the federal.
that are federal
Yeah,
direct
they're already
funds?
awarded, but we have not spent.
Okay.
So these are just the actual spending in fiscal year 23-24, but there could be awards that we have not yet spent, and we can have that information.
Through the chair.
I think that, sorry, go ahead. Sure. I think the bigger question for me is, from a legal perspective, potentially what are the impacts? Because again, there's new language being added to all of this funding and requirements, when, especially anything that's directly funded by the federal government, and exploring, are we expecting any changes and requirements to abide by that language? It's really important. Additionally, on the HUD side, when we speak about mixed family status, and I know that our director understands that, what is the risk? How many mixed families do we have potentially in our housing? So there's some other work that we need to be considering from a federal perspective that has an impact, and potentially, especially on the HUD side, if we have 100, just as an example, if we have 100 families that have mixed status, what are we going to do about those 100 families? Because of the potential requirements by the federal government. Alicia Jones, Housing Director.
Oh, let's get you a mic.
Alicia Jones, Housing Director for the Housing and Community Development Department. As far as the number of mixed families that we have on the program, I do have that information, but I can get it to you if you want that information. But as far as the impacts, the program, we do not subsidize anyone that's not a legal resident or have eligible immigration status. So the program is designed to prorate the assistance based on the number of eligible family members compared to the number of actual household members. So no funding is allocated to assist anyone outside of eligible.
Understood, and that's the case, I'll just say even in San Francisco, but there's other legislation that's coming down, and we still need to consider it, and we'll talk more about it offline.
Okay.
Thanks. I know Councilmember Matulik and Councilmember Gordon both want to get in.
I just wanted to ask, because going back to the transportation, I noticed that you didn't state, you said, although you said it was little, do you not have a number for it?
The federal grants for transportation was the question, I think.
That is correct.
Yeah.
It's only federal, yeah, we don't have the state. We can provide the state.
You're looking for the federal number or the state
Yes.
number? The federal number.
132,000, but that is the actual spending for 23-24. It's not the award, it's just whatever is spent from the award.
From the award. Thank you.
And my piggyback question regarding federal, and this is to primarily Chief Ta, are we in jeopardy of our PSP being impacted at all? Okay, thank you.
So he was shaking his head.
No.
He's visible only to half of us,
And-
but he was shaking his head no.
And is PSP part of any number in our budget at all?
No.
No, thank you.
Just to clarify, Councilmember, PSP is a national program, and we do not receive dollars for funding. We receive technical assistance, and so we also receive some peer-to-peer visits. So those two areas will not be affected.
Appreciate that, and I just want to make sure the community was aware that with any federal concerns that we may have, that we're not impacted with the great program we're receiving.
So for the public, since we're using acronyms, PSP is?
Public Safety Partnership.
Thank you.
I think we're good to go on to the sheriff contract. Do we want to take a break? So I think we have one of two options. We can go through the possible funding for the sheriff, which I think is just one slide, and then we could break. Do we have a time for arrival of lunch? Estimated time?
I don't have an estimate. We ordered it some time ago, so I'm expecting it'll be here relatively soon.
Do folks need a break right now, or do we want to go through that sheriff slide and then we can break for lunch? Let's do it. I think we're okay to do the sheriff. Yeah, let's do it.
The slides, okay. All right, so like you rightly mentioned, sheriff's is pretty small. Again, it's at a very high level. The last term sheet that we have, it has an amount of 11 million. And so right now, what we are proposing in the budget is just half of that, of 11.2 million. So that's 5.6 million is what it still needs to be fleshed out with, what exactly, where are the units of cars going and who's purchasing and how will that be done, and those little nitty-gritties still need to be done. But at a high level, what we are saying is that out of the 5.6 million, our general liability fund has got a fund balance that we could use 2 million for now because that is as per the term sheet, there is 1.9 million, which is general liability and insurance. So we could pay it from that fund for now. It would be an eligible cost that we could pay from that fund. And then the Measure P funds till date has earned an interest of about 1.7 million. And we were going to move that to the Measure P fund as per se. And so we are saying that interest could be used for paying part of the sheriff's bill. And then there is still a difference of 1.9 million that right now we are proposing Measure P because of lack of any other ideas that we have. So that's the high level. Yes.
And we have a $12 million balance in Measure P
Yes.
from previous years that's unspent that wouldn't interfere with any road repair plans or community art projects or any plans we have going forward. There are no pending staff requests for that P fund. Okay, I know I'm jumping. I mean, this sounds fine to me. This sounds totally reasonable. And for the other 5.2, I mean, we still have that fund balance from P that we could pull. I'm going to recommend that we take it to the P Commission to make sure they're comfortable with it. But that feels like, this feels like a decent option for us. I don't know if anybody else has any other questions. It feels like we're leaning really heavily on P, but we have this 1.7 million. Is the 1.7 million in interest included in the $12 million fund balance you were talking about before, or that is somewhere else?
No, it's not included.
That's convenient. And the general liability fund, are there implications for paying it out of our liability fund, or is that just kind of standard? Like if we were to staff up our own police department suddenly, which we can't do, which is why we need the sheriff, we would have liability costs associated with that, and would that come out of this liability fund?
Yes, it
So
would.
this is not, this is pretty reasonable. Yeah. Okay, all right. I'm feeling good about this. Comfortable, not good. Yeah, Councilmember Matula corrected me. Yeah, we don't feel good about any of this. I feel comfortable with this. Thank you for clarifying. This is not a fun conversation for anyone, and we appreciate it. Oh, lunch is here. All right, any other comments on the sheriff?
You guys can do lunch, but I still want to.
You want to talk about the sheriff?
Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, ask your question, because we're going to take a recess for lunch, because we're going to have the whole community and everybody eat lunch. And then we'll come back and talk through the rest of the slides and give direction. So do you have any questions about what's been presented that you want to raise before we break? Or do you want to we can break for lunch and just come back in with questions after?
Yeah.
Let's do that. All right, we're going to break for lunch, maybe 20, 30. We went over last time. Let's try for 20, and worst case, we'll come back in 30, and then we'll come into discussion. We'll open up anybody that wants to do a proper public comment. We'll give you an opportunity, and then we'll have some discussion. just a few minutes. So let's my colleagues who are missing, we'll get you back here and we'll restart. And while we knew we were going to go over, but we do need to start again. Good grief. Don't make me call people out for misbehavior. All right, let's go ahead and resume. So we have a couple more items we want to get through, which is that we want to talk about our a few of our funds that are requesting subsidies basically from the general fund. So we'll go through those, then we'll talk about the requests from staff, and we're going to try in our as best we can in the next hour 20-ish to get consensus from council on if we're comfortable funding the sheriff with the proposal, if we are, how we want to make the cuts to balance the budget, and then we can take requests and give direction on requests. And we're hoping to leave here today with a solid consensus and direction for the finance team to prepare the draft budget. So with that, we will go ahead and resume with our baseline budgets for these funds whenever the team is ready.
I think.
Oh, you have more questions.
Yes.
Councilmember Letters, you had more questions. That's right. All right, let's take those questions, then we'll move. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what we see before us as it relates to the sheriff funding, we know that the term contract is 11 $6,233,000. And we're only funding it for the first fiscal year. But I want to talk about the entirety of this. While I know we have to get to the next fiscal year, this is a multi-fiscal year, and we do really need to talk about how are we going to fund this from a multi-fiscal year perspective. I don't want to get to next year, fiscal year, and say, oh, we don't really know where the funds are going to come from. And so anytime we have multi-funding, we should be able to project out reasonably where we think we're going to take those funds from. Otherwise, we should not be doing this.
Thank you for the question. I think it's a great point. I think we have been kind of narrowly focused on advancing the budget for the upcoming fiscal year. But I agree, and I think you made reference to this earlier. In most cases, if you're going to fund an effort like a contract or agree to some contract, you want to be able to have the funding for the entire amounts guaranteed or assigned. And I don't know, we haven't really gone through that planning exercise and don't have a specific recommendation for the second half, the fiscal year 26-27 funding for the Sheriff's Department. The basic dynamic with the Measure P fund will be similar to, I think, what is the anticipated situation for the upcoming fiscal year, which is we're expecting to have something like $18 million of additional revenue. We might have some additional interest earnings on that like we did in the current year. Public Works has been requesting something like $10 to $12 million per year for road funding, which leaves maybe an additional $8 million. So the second half of the sheriff's contract would be $5.6 million. That's not exactly right because of the terms of payment, but I think without having thought about it in greater detail, if the council thinks that the proposal for the upcoming fiscal year of using a balance of the city's existing liability fund resources and Measure P is an appropriate approach, I think that's what we would propose for the second year of funding as well.
Would it be reasonable, because I agree with Councilmember Letajou, would it be reasonable to set aside that 12, because I think the Measure P funding should come out of that 12 million balance and not out of the next year allocation for P. I know it's kind of all the same at this point. Would it be reasonable for us to request that we set aside 5.6 million of the, basically earmark 5.6 million of the 12 as a, not necessarily as we're going to spend all of that on the sheriff contract, but as a plan such that hopefully we can do some of these other mechanisms like using the liability fund, but should we need it, it's there and we're not going to find ourselves a year from now without the funds.
Absolutely. The city council, as part of its direction today, could direct that city staff reserve the additional $5.6 million in Measure P right now.
Well, I want to go back to that because first of all, we're missing Councilmember Matias, and he is the liaison to Measure P and has a real deep relationship with that whole initiative. And the other thing is taking it to Measure P. In addition, also understanding what else are we trying to take to Measure P when we talk about roads. And I believe just last Tuesday, there was a presentation made and you're actually building out that entire plan. So what does that plan look like? And this is where I talk about the future and these multi-year plans and really being thoughtful about all of this. And then what is the projected interest that we think, based on what we know today, will be for the next fiscal year? Because I don't want to just say I'm pinpointing $5 million of Measure P as a placeholder, because if we do that, it really is a placeholder. It should be a placeholder. Because again, I don't want next year for this body to come back to us and say, oh, well, we don't have X, Y, and Z. So I just really want to be thoughtful and would prefer that we come back with what those projections are for interest and so forth and on, and saying, this is how we plan on funding this multi-year investment into our community. I think it's really important, because we are asking the county to do a service, and once we start forward and this actually occurs, there's an agreement, we have an obligation to meet.
So we can, as part of the preliminary proposed budget, come with more information about a forecast for Measure P that can look at things like the anticipated revenue for next year, anticipated interest earnings, and the trend of some of the expenditure requests, so that we're essentially forecasting what staff might request in the next fiscal year, particularly regarding the road work. I don't think Public Works will have its multi-year, funding program or request for roads by then, but I think both Mark and Melissa have said they're hoping to spend in the $10-ish million per year, which I think is consistent of Measure P, which I think is consistent with some of the outreach and communication that was part of the Measure P campaign, that about half of it might be for roads. So we can present a forecast like that as context, and I think we can structure the budget approval action to include reserving enough of the Measure P funds that would cover the full amount of the contract. Also, I think maybe the mayor suggested earlier, and you're suggesting again, which I think is absolutely appropriate, anything that the council directs today regarding Measure P, I think is understood to be direction to staff to take to the Measure P Oversight Committee those items to get their review and recommendations on them.
Thanks, and I think it's important, again, to clarify that, for members of the public and for everybody, for all of us to remember that if we do set aside, so if we take $2 million of Measure P, that is not the upcoming fiscal year's Measure P budget. That is the money we already have from previous fiscal year's collection of Measure P that hadn't been spent. And if we set aside the 5.6 for Measure P, we are not earmarking 5.6 of our future Measure P that will hamstring us from being able to do road repair and all these other projects. We're basically saving. We have this money and we're saying, let's save this to make sure that we don't need it, so that we know we have the money for this. While we're saving it, it will accrue interest, so we will be able to fund the second half of the sheriff contract with some of the interest, maybe not as much interest because we'll have spent some of it. I do think it does need to go to the committee, because at the end of the day, it is still Measure P funding, and it's still funding that we collected on that tax measure. But it seems like a very reasonable strategy, to me at least, that we would do that. And then if we come up with other mechanisms to fund the second half of the sheriff, then we can have that flexibility with that Measure P. But we're going to have the full $17 million of Measure P next year to do projects with Measure P. This is previous P. Yeah.
And with, Reka, can you go back to your slide on Measure P? I forget which slide it is, otherwise I could flip myself real quickly. So I'm just looking at number 3 for addressing the unhoused. So we spent 4.5 million. So what's the allocation?
Is the mic on? Sorry.
This was a budget that was allocated, but it has not been spent.
And can you give me a breakdown of the 4.5 really quick?
It's not spent at all.
It's allocated, though?
Yes.
What was it is it just allocated in a bucket, or?
Yes, it was allocated to a project, and it's for homelessness. They were going to tie up with nonprofits to run the warming shelter. That's what I remember from.
For 4.5 million?
It was a sorry, yes, Andrew, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I think some of it is also the funding for the Broadway project. You guys
So is
can
this
look
the
at
$2 million that's going to the Broadway project?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's.
So, yes, I
Thank you.
stand corrected. Extreme Weather Center was 500,000. Navigation is 1.1 million, and then the Broadway project is 2.8 million.
Okay.
And out of that, for the navigation.
No,
eight-
you don't have to tell me if
Oh,
it's, I just want to know what it is. Okay. Okay.
So,
Can-
go ahead, Vice
Sorry,
Mayor.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to clarify, so the 12 million, that's the current budget, the current budget of Measure P, does that include the 4.4 that wasn't, or 4.5 that hasn't been spent yet, or is that separate from the total fund balance?
It includes it in the fund balance.
So the 12 million is less the 4 million?
Yes.
No, the 12 million is free and clear. We've already removed the 4.5 million for
Yes.
homelessness, the street repairs, all of those things have already been appropriated. So this $12 million, it's actually $12 million plus that $1.7 million of interest is what we're expecting the Measure P fund balance to be at the end of this fiscal year, once all of the appropriations have been accounted for.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
And so then of that 12 million, $13 million, we're going to allocate 2 million, and then we're going to take the interest as well, because that doesn't include the interest,
It does
right? Okay, it does not, okay. And then we're going to take potentially the additional 5 million and kind of put it over there against the 12, about really 14 million, right?
Yeah.
Okay, which will leave us 9
That'll be,
in the balance, right?
well,
Because is it 14 when you get down to the bottom line, or is it?
let's stay with the 12 because we're
Okay,
accounting
so
for that
12.
1.7 on the other side of the equation. So
Okay,
I'd
that's
say
fine.
We'll have the 12 million, and then we'll still owe 5.6 for the sheriff.
And we'll use the 2 million that we were going to use for the sheriff out of
Right.
that as well.
So
So we'll have
7.6.
We'll be left with 5
It'll leave
So
us
we'll have
with
about
about 4.5 or 5
5
million remaining.
million left.
at the end of 24, 25.
So my proposal
Okay,
then,
hold on.
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So we'll have 5 million, well, we'll have more than 5, because we're using 2 million of it, right?
Right, so from 12 million, I'm reducing the 2 million that we are saying Measure P funding,
Right.
and then another 5 million, which will
The
be for
following
next.
year.
So that's why we are saying we'll have
So
around 5
7
million
okay.
left.
So we'll have 5 million, which would literally cover the additional, it'll cover both years, theoretically.
After we cover both years, we'll have 5 million left.
Okay. Okay. Because my other concern is, we do have other needs that could fall under
Yeah.
Measure P as it relates to the safe and well-being of the community in terms of also dealing with the unhoused issue that we are trying to resolve, which we've spent a lot of time having a discussion around, and that impacts our entire community. Okay.
So my proposal is that we go ahead and lock it, or that we go ahead and say we have a consensus on this. And my proposal is to take that Measure P balance, fund the sheriff's contract in accordance with what is on the recommendation, put aside or earmark another 5.6 million of the Measure P balance for potential funding of the sheriff's contract in the following fiscal year, which will leave us with somewhere around $5 million of Measure P balance, in addition to the incoming P for the next 2 years, that we can then let the committee give input on how to spend on the priorities, particularly given that on this slide that's up, there are some priorities that don't have funding in the upcoming fiscal year. So we could even consider exploring, for example, things like dumping and blight, how we might use that remaining fund balance to, and when I say fund balance, I mean this saved Measure P from previous fiscal years to address those priorities. Because I don't think we want to sit on these P funds. We want to get them activated and out into the community and improving our community. But we'll take all that to the committee. Can we go ahead and kind of maybe give that direction, and that way we can close this item? And then this isn't gonna, the nice thing about this is this isn't gonna impact the rest of the 25-26 budget, because we're using these saved funds. Go ahead, Councilmember Matulik.
And I was going to say, to help the fact we're kind of talking our way through this, that it's going to be a line item per line item, so that way the general public understands how it's getting spelled out, because the way we've talked about it right now, I'm not sure if everybody kind of connected a lot of the dots, so I'm hoping that it can be visually straightforward on a spreadsheet, however you want to present it. And I think the way you've presented here is a good format to use, to where it can be easily understood by the general public when it comes down to it at the end.
All right, do we need a motion for that, or are we okay with kind of just, we've sort of given that consensus? Councilmember Gordon?
I just have a little thought. I'd rather us just do what has been asked of us so far. And when we come to that, I'd rather just wait till we get to that point, because we don't know exactly the outcome of everything yet. So I'd rather us just focus on what they're asked for now, because DOJ has to give a signature to it. We all have to agree to it. So me, myself personally, I'd rather wait until that time comes, because they're not to start until March of 2026. So that's just my opinion. Thanks.
Could you clarify when you mean that time? What time?
When everything is solidified, contract, agreements, all of that. So they've already asked for upfront monies, and then we'll be paying monthly cost, if you recall. So I'd rather myself personally wait for us to, when that time comes and for the following year, then we can allocate that fund. That's just my request.
Okay, I think I understand.
Yeah.
I would prefer, personally, I would prefer, if we're gonna go into negotiation with the sheriff and make a commitment of $11 million, I'd like for us to go ahead and have a plan.
Well, I think we have to have the funding plan before they can negotiate the contract. That's my understanding.
Yeah, if in order for the Board of Supervisors to approve it, I think we do need to have a funding plan.
I thought we did. That's why they asked for the money up front, like what, $6-point-something million, which if we would have done that in the beginning, that's what it was going to be originally asked for. But I thought we did that when we voted at the dais. And we can't do that because he's not here either. I don't feel comfortable not doing it with Alex not being here either.
Okay, so at the dais, we directed this to be brought back to us today, and now that this is the next step in that, if we don't give direction tonight and we wait, we are gonna lose another month for this negotiation process, and we're gonna delay the implementation of the sheriff contract for another probably month into 2026.
It's just my feelings. I'm just sharing out loud.
No, I appreciate it.
So if there isn't consensus, then a council member could make a motion and we could vote. It really depends. It's up to you.
Yeah, why don't we make a motion just to make it, yeah. so
I'll
we
go
can-
ahead and make a motion to approve the recommended funding for the sheriff's contract for fiscal year 25-26, or sorry, 25-26, is that right? And then withholding funds for Measure P in the fiscal year 26-27 budget of $5.6 million.
All right, and we probably need a roll call vote. Thanks, we're shuffling mics.
Okay, yeah. Mayor Soers.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bergenser.
Yes.
Councilmember Gordon.
Yes.
No? Okay. Yes. Yes, okay. Councilmember Ledeju.
Yes.
Councilmember Matulik,
Aye.
and Councilmember Palmares.
Aye.
That carries unanimously with Councilmember Machia's absent.
All right, thank you. Now I think we are ready to move on to the baseline budgets for our non-general fund funds.
Okay, so there are three main funds that we will be covering. That's fiber, marina, and housing. Fiber is a small one, so I'll start with that. When the fiber fund was started years ago, general fund gave a loan to fiber fund, and with the understanding that as the fiber fund generates revenue, it will pay back that loan. So it has been able to pay the loan for 2 years, but we see that in the upcoming 25-26, due to a decrease in revenue, it may not be able to pay all its repayment for 25-26 of 150,000. And so normally what we do is we come and ask council to move that repayment forward to the following year once the revenues get generated. So we just wanted to bring this up, that later on we'll be coming to council to update the agreement so that 25-26 150 will be moved to 26-27, and then the 5-year projection that fiber has presented, that they will start generating more revenue in the years to come. So that is basically the short of the fiber. The next slide has got some of the challenges it faces and future projects. The main challenge it's facing is with it needs island energies, and if I'm not being clear enough, I would request Naveed to explain, but basically they need to use the manholes that Island Energy has on Mare Island to run their wiring, and they are not getting that approval. So although we have customers lined up, we are not able to get the fiber line running. Naveed, did I get that correct?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and answer, that's correct, although it's not, that situation is not enough to impact the overall shortfall for the upcoming fiscal year, but it is something we're working on resolving.
And then some of the future projects that they have, in the next 5 years, based on the grant that they have received, they are expecting to cover more than 1,000 locations that could serve 4,000 residents, and that's why in the 5-year projection, they are expecting an annual revenue of at least 600,000, so that the fund can sustain itself and also pay back the loan that it's due.
Can I ask a question? I see from and maybe Naveed can answer this, the adopted 24-25 for the revenues, the charges and services, 150,000, and then proposes only 90,000. So did we lose customers from 2024 to 2025?
Hi, Naveed Ashraf, IT Director. No, we did not lose customers. I think we reported it a little differently the previous year. There's a 60-40% split with our P3 contractor. So this year we're reporting it as the income that we're going to realize. So whatever income that we get, the P3 contractor is a 60-40 share.
Okay, and then our service is still being expanded. I know personally we've signed up for it, but we still aren't able to get under contract, even though we were able to sign the contract. So.
Correct. So basically, just to give you a very high-level overview, we are in the second year of our rebuilding this program. We had a previous P3 contractor that we did not really do much with, and when their contract expired in 2022, we had a little messy relationship to get out of that with that situation, and we had to rebuild the whole network standalone on the side. So that's when the council gave us that $3 million from the ARPA tranches. So we started building the broadband program, a parallel program, while the other P3 contractor, still we were in the negotiation of the settlement. So we're in the second year that previous pre-3 contractor settlement is complete. We're completely focused on with a new partner, and we're spending the $3 million tranche, the funding that ARPA funding that we're spending that to expand our network. And that's when we're building customers at this point. And then additionally, we will receive $3.8 million from CPUC to expand broadband to 4 additional areas in the city.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So building off of that, so the delays are obviously due to fiber on Mare Island. Work halted since fall 2024. But that wouldn't have blocked work on the mainland, right?
No.
Because there's still, we're still making progress on the mainland. The reason I ask this question is because it seems very reasonable to say, once we expand this network, we will be able to repay the subsidy back to the general fund. But I'm just trying to make sure we have sort of a really concrete plan of how we're going to get there promptly so that we don't keep stagnating.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. Again, that the CPUC grant will help us will really help us greatly, because we have 3 major projects in the city on the mainland that would cover. And again, my projection is to cover about 1,000 homes with those 3. And then again, the underground conduit level, the structure that we have about 6,000 parcels that are on that network. So we're marketing to those as well. Again, the challenge is that because of the previous contractor, we settled that relationship, and then we're on with the new contractor, and we're making changes now.
And then I guess we're getting kind of moving into the next conversation about broadband, which we'll have. But I guess my thing that I just want to flag for us now is, as we do the road repair project, we do have a dig once policy. As much as we can coordinate between Public Works and broadband to try and coordinate this so that we are getting all this done with one dig.
Yes,
would be
absolutely.
favorable.
Absolutely. And I'm pretty much in every single conversation with the new development. Kristen knows that very well. Whenever there's a new development that's happening, we're in those conversations, making sure that our conduit gets put in.
But not just new developments, like we have the plan for, like, I think all of Tennessee most of it's being refurbished and repaved. Are we putting, if fiber's not already under Tennessee Street, are we putting that as part of that roads project?
Absolutely. A complete conversation with Public Works folks as well.
Thank you.
So we're saying that we're going to serve 1,000 locations, which will serve 4,000 residents in underserved areas. I think I've asked this question before around where are the underserved areas and how did we come up with those underserved areas? And then this 1,000 locations, what is the timeline for the 1,000 locations?
The time clock started on January 1st of 2025. We have an 18 months to complete the project. This is the CPUC timeline. And we're currently working with the city attorney's office in getting the contracts in place so we can accept the grant. And once the contract is in place, the construction shouldn't take too long, because those locations, a lot of them are multi-dwelling units, and our fiber is already there. So the expansion is not a heavy lift to dig up streets and a lengthy timeline.
So I'm going to pin you down because we're so good at, as a government body, saying in 2 months, in this many months, or a few months, when that contract is signed, what is the projected time to get this work done? And have we already set the schedule and each location and began the work to, if there's going to be any interruptions, or even not, where we are noticing the 1,000 or 4,000 families being served in areas so that they know it's coming, this is the time frame, we can track it and really see that it's getting done?
Correct. So the CPUC timeline is 18 months. So that clock is started already.
Yes.
And we are, and they're basically, we have a monthly call with them. They're looking at our progress. My hangup is that we're working with the city attorney's office and getting the contract put in place. And my hope is that by June, we will have the contract in place. And that gives me enough time to complete the 4 projects in 18 months. And then we're starting the marketing campaign with those 4 projects. So we're reaching out to the homeowners that are going to be we're going to be building there, and then we're going to be doing coffee and the little meet and greet type of town hall type meetings with them, so they know about the projects that is coming, so we can.
So when is the marketing?
That's happening right now.
Okay,
It's happening.
and so I might have missed it. Is it on our website as well?
We have a broadband page. It's myvallejo.com/broadband, and we'll put the updates on those. And then it's not on the city website. It's on the broadband page.
So how can we have this really important information on our city website, a part of our even banner as well? I will tell you, our website, just with all due respect, is in all the different pieces that we have. How do we connect so we have a one-stop shop website and we can find what we're looking for, and it is simple for our residents, and our residents feel as though they can get the information needed? And you don't have to answer it today. I'm just putting it out there. I know we're all busy. We have lots to do. But again, it is really important. How can we be customer service focused and have a way to self-serve ourselves?
I can answer that tiny bit.
Okay.
And I know city manager wants to revamp that as well, and he's spoken to me about it. But the purpose of our website is that we have currently, the municipal website is basic information about the basic services. We have lots of multi-year projects that continue on forever. We have a new citizen engagement tool called My Vallejo. We put those projects there. And on the city website, we make a link to that page. This way we can track the project, upload documents, and send out updates, and also receive input from the folks on the My Vallejo site. So we really have 2 mechanisms. The main website, it seems like you have, it's not a one-stop shop, but we make link on the main website to go to the multi-year project on the My Vallejo side.
And you know, that sounds really good for all the technical people in the world. I'm just going to say it to you. And it works for some of us just because of the way that we're used to operating. And I know there's a link, but again, and I thank the city manager for asking the question, I really would like to see that our website is easy to navigate, to be really honest with you. And we are really in a new place where we want to engage our citizens and the people that we serve, and we want to make it easy, no matter how proficient one is or not with using technology. And I think that's really, really important in this day and time.
Okay, noted.
So thank you.
I'm gonna push us a little bit. And clarify, we actually have broadband coming to, I believe it's slated for May 13th. So we can have a more substantial conversation on the broadband contract when that comes back. And was there someone else that wanted to comment on this, on the
Through the chair.
broadband piece? Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to.
Just make sure your mic is on.
Yeah, it's on. Can you hear me, although? I can't pull it no more.
Yes.
When you do, can you let us know the districts that is serving? I
You-
appreciate that when you do.
Yes, there's a project in District 6 as well.
Oh, thank you, but just if you can emphasize all the districts.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Matulik.
And just to the broader conversation of communicating out to our residents, I think we need to keep in mind there are quite a few residents that aren't as technology savvy, that we need, in particular, our seniors that have that technology challenge, that we want to make sure that they're getting a lot of this information, because it would directly apply to them in a lot of cases. So if we can keep that in mind, and once again, we've had this conversation in the past, but in multi-languages.
Sure.
We need to make sure that the entire diversity of our city, which is, by the way, as a reminder, everyone, the most diverse city in the whole country, that we were ranked at one point. So let's tout that and make sure that we're reaching out to all of our constituents from that standpoint. So thank you.
So I'm taking notes, and I've got some kind of next steps beyond budget, and I'm going to add that comms and outreach strategy in the city website to that list, so that we have that as a follow-up from this meeting. Did we have a quick question from the public? I'm trying to move us, but I want to make sure we are thorough. go ahead. We might have to, if it's a quick question, I'll repeat it. If not, we'll grab the mic for you.
I just want to let people know who didn't follow the initiation of My Vallejo that it was created but never announced. And so many people do not know about it. And I think you can characterize me as someone who's pretty darn active in following city news, and I didn't know about it for the very longest time. So there's an opportunity here for linking My Vallejo with the rest of the Vallejo website, and then also for actually doing a launch around it, because it was never really launched. It's an insider thing.
Thanks. All right, I've got that marked for next time. Any other questions on broadband? All right, let's move on to the Marina Fund. I'm gonna try to get us to at least to the discussion in the next like 15 minutes.
Quick. So as a little background to Marina, previously Marina was managed by staff and it was turning out to be pretty challenging. F3 came into the picture. The understanding was that F3 would generate enough revenue to meet its operations, and then the city would continue paying for the debt repayment. That's the $700,000 that we pay every year. As of the audited financials for 23-24, we found that it's actually the fund balance has gone negative to about 30,000. And then when we are looking now at 24-25, they are not meeting their revenue targets that they had put in the budget. So based on those actuals, even though they had said that they think they'll get higher revenue in 25-26, we don't see that trend coming in. And if we were to take the actuals as of now and put that into the trend for 25-26, they will not be meeting their operational expenditure, and they'll have a deficit of about 300,000. Now, the problem, the bottom line is that it is because of the silt buildup, and we have not been doing regular dredging, and the city would need a lot more funding to start the dredging process. So that's basically the really high level. I can go into the next slide is all the challenges that Marina faces, but I just gave the real gist of it. And if you want, I can go into further detail.
All right. Question from council. I've added this to the list of just Marino. That's a whole another conversation to have. So I've added that to the list as well. All right, I think we're going into housing fund now.
Yes, and then finally housing. Housing, and I'm focusing only on one of their funds, which we called it the 121. They have other ones, but this is the main administrative fund. And historically, we know that the funding, the administrative portion that we receive from HUD has been reducing. And so previously, housing has been using the fund balance that had been built up. Now we are reaching a point where the projections for 25-26, it'll have a deficit of about 30,000. And that's okay for 25-26, but we are just raising the flag that going forward, this deficit will build because they will not have any fund balance left. That is the very high level. I do have Alicia here to answer any detailed questions about the fund, but for finance, it was more a question that general fund has to start stepping in. Alicia, would you like to add anything, or?
From a high-level perspective, you did well, Reka. To give some context to the administrative deficit of the administrative funds is for staffing reasons as well. We are understaffed, and part of our request for general fund is to cover a new position for an administrative manager, and also so we reduced our services and supplies, And that included security service, so we're asking for general fund to cover our security services for the housing department, and also ongoing cost allocations for the upcoming years. I'll take any questions.
So we're looking at 300,000, which is the new position, the security, and the small overage.
Actually,
The small
it's,
deficit.
no, it's a larger deficit. What about the cost allocation?
So can you,
Oh, so for 25, 26, yes, that's
Yeah,
correct.
and then we are looking at larger deficits in the future years, which
Yes.
we'll have to deal with. Other
so
questions?
can you talk to me about your administrative fees that generally help pay for staff?
So currently for for the 25 calendar year, we will receive $2.3 million from administrative fees for the Housing Choice Voucher Program, but our expenditures are about 2.4 million. So we don't get enough administrative fees to cover our expenditures for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. And for our grant programs, we receive approximately 20% of our CDBG grant, and we get about $1 million each year, and that's about 206,000 for administrative fees we receive. And for our home program, we typically will receive $600,000, which would equate to about $60,000 in administrative fees. Unfortunately, under the home program, we don't anticipate receiving any of those grants until 2027 because we had a voluntary grant reduction, and we had to pay HUD back for the program. So we won't get any funds for home right now. So
How much do we have to give HUD back?
how much? Our grant reduction, how much was it? 2.2 million. I was going to say 2.1, 2.2 million. So all future grant amounts that we will receive, we're not going to receive it, and we are anticipated to receive part of the 2027 grant once the 2.2 million has been paid
And
back.
generally, if we were receiving our grant, how many more dollars is that in admin fees?
Around 60,000 per year.
Okay. So then, if we're not expecting, where do we close this gap, Reka? Meaning, once we are then eligible to receive grants, in 27, we'll only get half of that, which probably is what, 30,000 in admin fees?
It
Or
may be a little less.
Okay,
but,
because we're talking on an ongoing cost of $300,000 for the unforeseeable, right? And so we won't get some of that funding back really until 27, half of it. And if we can increase our housing choice vouchers, that increases our admin fees over time. But how are we projecting that cost out and where that's going to be budgeted?
Right now, we don't have a plan yet how to bridge that gap. It was more a question of daylighting it, that there is a problem. And we are still working with the housing team to see where we can cut anything.
Are you saying cut from their budget?
Yeah.
So if I look at their budget, and I'm looking at the positions, there's literally 7 housing specialists there. And how many vouchers do we have?
we're allocated 2,358.
And that's how many participants per your housing specialist?
We have a caseload right now around, we have 1,462 families under contract. So it equates to, not including VASH, it equates to around, caseloads around 250 to 300. It fluctuates, but that's kind of the minimum.
That's a lot.
Yes.
Because the average caseload per specialist should look like what?
It should look like around 200, 225.
Oh, yeah, I'll add that I think it might need to flow the other way. We've talked about some other, there are other housing programs beyond the Section 8 program that the city participates in. There are other ways that we support affordable housing, including having provided loans and other financing to affordable housing facilities that we're not really actively managing and probably needs more attention, but is for a really significant city service. And so I know that Reka and Alicia are going to be working, and Gillian are going to be working on doing more long-term forecasting. And there's the expectation that as we get more vouchers used, we'll recover more administrative expenses. And there are some economies of scale, but we're probably understaffed. And I think in the long run, if we want to be able to provide enough funding across all of the city funds to support the many affordable housing activities we're undertaking, including monitoring our existing affordable housing complexes, my sense is that we'll need to be providing a general fund subsidy to round out the funding that comes from non-city sources to do everything we want to do to support affordable housing. So although, of course, we want the housing department to be as efficient as possible, I think it's more likely in the long run that we'll need to be considering a general fund subsidy of the housing department.
So I think, and I would agree with you. And so I think what's going to be really important for me is to do a little more work, and to the point of the city manager, because we've had a lot of discussion about different things that need to take place as it relates to our affordable housing developers, our partners, if you will, as well as the work that's going here, and the ability to even increase over time our ability to have additional vouchers, but also having an appropriate workload to get the work done in a way that's really meaningful and provides dignity and respect to our customers. I would like to see more work done about what's really needed and how are we going to do that in terms of budget and positions. Because what you're asking for now is a high-level manager, which I know is really important, but that's not the only thing that's needed here to make this really important organization function well, or at least better for the moment.
All right, so that's, and these are such important conversations that need to be had, and we're gonna have to make time to have them very soon so that we're on top of that. I know there were a couple more slides on housing that we want to get through, and then I want to make sure we have time for the requests and discussion. Oh, we covered them. We went back to this. So I think any other questions on housing? All right, are we ready for the department requests then?
Right, so what we did, what the department asked is, for now, we've just summarized it, because I cannot propose a 3.9 million right now. So we are still we'll be working with city manager and each department to trim down this ask and ensure that what is really needed for next year. And, but for now, it's just to give a high level as to what the asks were, since this is just a study session. And the packet also had the details to all the asks. If you want, I can go through every line item, but I think the bigger discussion is about how do we close. And Andrew, you go ahead.
For the public, this is Exhibit 6 in the, and it says so on the slide. Exhibit 6 in the agenda packet, which is currently being scrolled on the screen, and these are all the requests. This is the broad, inclusive set of requests, right? So this is not necessarily, we haven't prioritize these versus, you know, essential services versus nice to have versus wish list, anything like that. And
Could
is,
you- oh, sorry,
oh,
go ahead.
no, this would, if we're talking about trying to close a $7 million, whatever we had on the previous slide, the $7 million budget gap, this would then exacerbate that gap. This is stuff that's not in the baseline budget, correct? So this would exacerbate the gap by another $4 million.
Could you just talk just briefly about citywide and then the police, because they're the two largest, of what kind of requests are in those? Just on a high level.
So, yes, in the citywide, 781,000 has got, the big ticket items over here are 350 for legal fees. It comes in every year for investigations. And then there is the PD RAD, which is a software that they use, of 295,000.
That's in the citywide?
Yeah, those two are the citywide big ones. And there's an additional 100,000 that's mainly for different lobbyists that the city pays, and that was cut last year when we were doing all the cuts, so they have put that in as an ask right now. So that's citywide, and then as far as the police, the big ticket item over here, and I think the last conversation I had with them, there is 1 million for tow evidence and storage. And it is a rough estimate number that they had given, so when we were going back and forth, they think they could reduce that amount, and they're currently negotiating, I believe, contracts for towing. The others are, they have a project manager, consultant for DOJ, so that's a 200,000. That's another big ticket item over there. And then there is a software program, which I do not have the details yet from them, about 145,000. So I looked at things that were over 100,000 that I'm calling out over here.
Thank you.
So I have a question. You said last year they took out the lobbyist for 100K, and what was the impact of doing that?
Give me 1 sec to collect my thoughts and look at the chart here, table here a little bit. So, Reka, can you point me to the, is that what is the citywide item, the CMO citywide consulting? As far as I know, we continue to have contracts with the city's 2 lobbying firms we have. So we have 3 overall. One that works specifically with the police department, and then one that works at the state level for the entire city, Gonzalez and Associates, and another that works at the federal level. I think we're still working with both of those firms, so I don't know that that funding has been eliminated, unless this is in reference to something else.
So I'm asking because I thought you said that the 100K, you had eliminated it last year. Or maybe I misunderstood you. Or maybe you reduced it. I don't know.
Reduce 100,000 last year.
So you reduced it to 100,000 and you're increasing it by 100,000 this year.
Yes.
So, and so back to my question then, if you reduced it to 100K last year and you're increasing it again this year, did we lose out on anything? Did we feel like something wasn't sufficient because we didn't have the 100K there? That's what I'm really trying to get at.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Because if not, then why do we need the 100K?
Yeah, so I'll respond just on all of these. As Reka mentioned, we haven't, we've had a couple rounds of conversations with the departments about these asks. Some of these asks came in before we even knew what the baseline situation was.
Okay.
So we used some different mechanisms to develop the baseline this year, which we thought created a more accurate baseline. So we've been kind of dual tracking the budget development process. We haven't really had we need one more opportunity for finance and the city manager's office to talk with all of the departments about these asks, now knowing what we do about the baseline situation. And so we're not really prepared to talk about these in detail. What we're proposing to do is go through this list with the departments, come back with a refined list that will be incorporated into the preliminary proposed budget. And at that time, we can walk through those in detail and get council direction on what to continue to include in the revised budget or not. It sounds like we also have direction based on earlier conversation today to identify the list of programs, particularly programs that through which the programs I'm defining as contracts the city has with organizations for various services, to come back with that list as well as part of the preliminary proposed budget conversation, so that council can make some decisions if needed about those as well. So we'll come back with a refined list. I think finance just wanted to surface what this list looks like at this point, knowing that it's not really been fully vetted.
That's fine. I just ask when it comes back, and I know this tends to be the case when we're doing budgets at the department level, because everything is important to us as department heads. I'm a department head. But what I do ask is, whatever you put in there, it is an absolute necessity. And if there's something there that you would really, really like to have, but it's not going to stop your operation, that's that in a different bucket as well, so that I don't have to ask 100 questions, that I know that this is an absolute, I have to have this to run my department, and I cannot do it without it. And then the other piece could be, if I could just have this, it would just make my life a little better.
Yeah, I would echo that. And, I'm even just looking at the PD list, the training police academy is going to be a very different level of priority. And the increase in gas and electricity is going to be a very different level of priority and DOJ mandated trainings. Like there's going to be, it sounds like there's certain things in here where, and then there might be some others that are in those other buckets. The STA fees, dues, I would imagine we're required to pay. So that breakdown would be great, and we can come up with a plan for how and when and how we bring those back with those categories. Other questions, Councilmember Matulik?
And also under the line item under police, and just want to make sure that we're understanding this clearly. When you say space rental charges, and that's line itemed as evidence tow and storage fees, where would abandoned vehicles and that storage space fall under?
All right, can we get a mic to the chief?
So, council member, the abandoned vehicles don't include in that total. So the storage is for evidence storage, correct? So that would be homicide vehicles, any traffic fatality vehicles, or any other vehicles that we needed to collect evidence and store it for court. So the other piece of the tow would be where we would tow cars for various reasons, and that would be a transaction between the owner of the car and the tow company. So that would not show up as an expense.
And thank you for clarifying that, because I want to bring that to the general public's understanding, because I know each of us council members, we're getting quite a few emails and communications about the abandoned vehicles and the lack thereof being addressed, and the understanding that the community has is there is no storage space to take them to, and that's why many of the abandoned vehicles are sitting place. So I just want to see, do we have basically a game plan of how to address this, to where so that the general community can understand the status of abandoned vehicles and what is our strategy to address those in the future if we are limited with space, and what we can do with them at this time.
So we have a couple of different strategies. So we did bring a police assistant full-time into that program. So since she came into the program, we had over 4,000 vehicles on the list. Now we have 2,000. A lot of those were duplicated vehicles, and so we're making progress on that. The second piece is the storage from the tow companies that we have contracts with. They share space. So if that space is occupied by a vehicle impounded for evidence, it's occupied. So we work very closely with all the tow companies to see how much space they have. And when they have additional space, then we tow vehicles that we want to remove for whatever reason. Obviously, the vehicles that are stored for evidence take priority because we need to save those for processing in court. But the other vehicles, whether it be abandoned vehicles or maybe RVs or larger vehicles like that, as soon as that space becomes available, we utilize that space to try to get those vehicles through the lien process. And if they get, destroyed, that space becomes available for future impounds. I did have a discussion with one of the tow companies. We are trying to look to see if we can use some space that maybe the city owns to temporarily have a large amount of space that perhaps they could manage so we can get caught up. So we are looking at other options. I know city manager has directed us to also see if we could get other tow companies on board to see if we can increase capacity. So we looked at that as well. We are getting a really good price though for the tow companies we have currently. And it does kind of intersect with the evidence impounds as well. So we use some of the same companies for the evidence impounds as we do the other tow contracts. So it does connect in some way.
So thank you for that, and especially the follow-up of looking to utilize some of the city space available to potentially address this, to where the fact that we've maxed out the tow space or the tow company's space to address abandoned vehicles. Just want the general public to understand that we are looking at this, how to address the current abandoned vehicles that are still out there right now. So thank you for that.
Through the chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate hearing the good news that you're looking for other options to store these vehicles, because as you and I know, Chief, that we had spoke why it's a concern. In District 6, there are a lot of vehicles abandoned, and was brought to my attention through my ambassadors that those vehicles are being used for prostitution, unfortunately. So if you ever see like door handles being off, those people are the prostitutions are being locked in the vehicle for time. And so, and I sent you pictures of that as well. And so if we can, I'm glad to hear that you're finding other options to store these vehicles. Can I ask a question? With these vehicles, do we get any refund, any type of fundings from off of them?
The vehicles that are impounded, not for storage, for evidence, we do not, we are not in that transaction. So that transaction occurs between the tow company and whoever owns that vehicle. So if the owner of the vehicle comes later to pay for the impound and release fees, those fees are negotiated directly with the tow company. So that is not a transaction that the police department gets any fees from. So we don't get revenue from that stream.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I wasn't referring to the ones for evidence, but the ones that you've been picking up for us off our street, the bandit ones. Thank you so much for clarifying.
You're welcome.
If I may
All right,
just
I'm
add, I know we're pushing it for time, but just I'm going to add a little bit more. The police department so currently our rotating tow companies that deal with abandoned vehicles are all located in Vallejo. The police department's reaching out to tow companies outside of Vallejo that might have more capacity. In addition, we have reached out to Contra Costa County, which has a county-wide abandoned vehicle program that has more capacity. So we're trying to expand the resources. In addition, we at least have floated the idea of compensating tow companies. So as the chief mentioned, if a tow company comes out and tows an abandoned vehicle, the city doesn't provide them with any compensation. They earn their money through the recovery when somebody comes and picks up their vehicle, or if it's not picked up, it gets demolished or resold. We have a very significant interest in seeing those abandoned vehicles eliminated, and so the city might be willing to contribute financially to incentivize towers. So those are all things that the police department and I have been discussing in recent months to try and accelerate things on that issue.
Thank you for your clarification. Appreciate it.
All right, I'm going to We have two things that we need to accomplish. We have a lot of many more important conversations to have on many of these individual issues. We need to figure out give enough direction to staff that we have a good plan to balance the budget. We need to also create space for any council requests that would want to be added to this list. And then we are going to need to find probably time. I'll speak with the city manager about this. It may need to be between now and the May meeting for us to just quickly, it can be disseminated to council by email, but we need to quickly be able to do the categorization of all these requests, because that's then going to have implications for our ability to balance the budget. However many more requests we add and fund, that's then going to get us into the hole of having to balance. So I'm going to try, to streamline us, and I want to start with Councilmember Palmares, because he does have a conflict coming up and is going to have to leave us. And I think, City Manager Murray, feel free to add a suggestion. I feel like we should start with how we're going to balance the budget, and then we can add our requests. But Councilmember Palmares, if there's anything you want to do you want to just dump everything you have to say, or you're all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
I just want to keep it to the budget, but everything I want to add, I feel like it's more appropriate for like goal setting and other council meetings, but not necessarily for this meeting.
Okay. Any thoughts on balancing? I can share my thoughts and then we can go off there, but if you have anything you want to get
Nothing,
in before you leave.
yours.
All right. Let me find my notes. So I have, I've spoken with the city manager and finance director a little bit during the break, that my priority personally is that I want us to do this work properly and sustainably right now. So I don't want to mortgage our future to balance the budget now. I want us to really do it and think about what it's going to take. And I know and agree that there are some very acute issues we're dealing with in this fiscal year, particularly with respect to the sales tax revenue stagnation and some other things where we may not be in this big of a hole in future years. This may be a really unique year, exacerbated by the fact that we're really now addressing how we were handling vacancy savings and salary savings. However, there is a lot of uncertainty right now federally and with our economy, and so I don't want to bank on things getting better. I do want to do some really good, meaningful work on how to do this, like not exacerbating our pension liability issues or our healthcare cost issues, because then we're just going to be here having to do this year after year. You know, we did the blanket cut in 10% supplies last year. It sounds like we have a more thoughtful way of doing that this year, which is great. I think I would be happy to support that, and that saves us $1.2 million. I wish I had a time machine, because we did some things blanketly creating, like cutting in previous years, but then there have been a bunch of positions created in the last few years that I think we really need to do a hard look at our org chart. And we might have to do some freezes or some cuts or some reorgs. And it's not fun at all. We're not happy about it. It's not, if we come in and say, hey, let's look at this department staffing, we have to do this, and we have to make sure that we're in a sustainable position. And, you look at that org chart, or the chart we had with all the different departments and how their staffing levels have changed. We might have to have some deeper discussions about, okay, this department's staffing level doubled. What was the increase in services that came with that? Why did this double? We have some cases, I think, that we have some redundant positions. So when we have these redundant positions, what more are we getting from that position? Or do we just need this? Can this be done by one person? And that's a really, 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 really tough conversation to have, but I think we need to have it. When we think about new revenue, I would like to have a conversation about code enforcement, focusing on the bigger offenders, the Sperry Mills of the world and the vacant properties downtown of the world, the things that are really going to make a difference, rather than this homeowner did this thing without a permit. If we have limited resources, strategizing that, and then making sure that we have a funding plan for all of our ongoing costs. So unfortunately, again, wish I had a time machine, but there were one-time funds and ARPA funds used for ongoing costs, like the Glen Cove Fire Station, like the positions that were created. The Broadway and the Nav Center have operating costs that now we have to fit into the budget year over year, and then deal with our, the liabilities. So for me, at least, and I'll I'll just start, and then folks can go from there. I don't know that whoops, sorry. I'm back on the slide that says balancing the budget items for consideration. I don't mind the golf fund. I would love to know what the implication is. What are we losing out if we move those golf funds? I think let's just move those funds, I would say. I don't like the unfunded pension discount. I'm uncomfortable with the stuff that kicks the can on pension stuff, like paying retiree healthcare from the OPEB trust. I think that's risky because that's only going to get worse as more people retire. We could maybe have a conversation about that. I'm good with the service and supplies 10%. Maybe the reducing leave payout, although we do need a plan to cover that liability in the future. And I personally think we need to do some stuff with our org chart. I don't know that that what's here is entirely sustainable. Maybe a combination of the two. So I'm good with the golf fund and the service and supplies. So that's 1.7 million. But there's more to be done. What do my colleagues think? Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I would like to talk about, and I know it's to the Chief of Police mostly. In the past, we've not had the staffing for traffic, where we now are starting to staff up. So will we not see an increase in revenue from traffic fines and things? And then also with the addition of the sheriff's contract coming in, I would hope that we would have more capacity for generating revenue, where in the past we've just kind of been putting out fires across the city. Now we should have some. So do you have any projections, or maybe finance has helped with projections on what the sheriff's contract will help bring in with revenue, as well as your own capacity?
So revenue is, for traffic is probably what you're referring to, because that's the only
Traffic
cost
tickets
recovery
and-
mechanism that we have. So when a vehicle code violation is issued, that fee is generally accepted by the state. So I think the county gets a portion of that, and the city gets another portion. So county gets, I think maybe 20%. I'm not sure what the breakdown is, but city gets less than 10%. So if we had, X dollar numbers of revenue, then we would certainly get more. So definitely that if and when we build out traffic capacity, that fund balance would increase. So that number, though, is tricky as we kind of project out how we're going to get out of, our emergency status. We do think, though, that come this summer and then definitely come next summer, we have capacity to do such. Currently, the traffic officers are assigned to handle a lot of the fatal injury accidents. We have about 10 on average a year. We just had a couple this month, as you guys may have known. So, I don't have a good number specifically for that, but I do think it will increase depending upon how much time in enforcement we're able to do.
Okay, thank you. And then what about parking, the contracts for parking? I know we collect fees from a contractor for parking. Are we projecting that to go up? I know like the ferry ridership is going up and things. Are we seeing increase in parking fees for people monthly parking down at the ferry? Are we seeing increase or decrease in amounts that we're collecting from overall parking in the city?
The police department, yeah.
I can take that. Currently, parking is, their revenue is meeting their operations, so general fund is not subsidizing it in any way. They have shown a little bit of an increase compared to last year, not a very big. Parking fund is a very small fund of ours. But we didn't bring it in here because they are able to sustain themselves with the revenue that they're generating.
So but if they generate more revenue than what their expenses are, does that come to the city or does that go to the contractor? How?
No, if they generate more, it does come to the city. What we have been doing is, like last year, whatever they had left over, we put it into a CIP. We're trying to build the money so that any additional ADA requirements, we can spend it from there, so that parking is generating enough money to take care of any CIP requirements.
Okay. And what about security from the parking? Because I know that's part of economic development, and we have major issues with parking down at the ferry building and other parts downtown of catalytic converters being stolen and those types of things. And I know myself taking the ferry, I either get dropped off or I take a lift. I won't park down at the ferry building because of my catalytic converters being stolen twice now. So I would think we talked about it last year about having security at those parking lots. And I don't know if that's part of that fund that they're responsible for, or is the city responsible for security?
I can answer from the police department side. I think the parking is regulated by the security company that I think is under Public Works. So we don't have direct overview of that program, but I do know that they are doing patrols in those areas.
And I think because I think, or if I remember, and the other councilors are here, I think we talked about maybe having somebody physically there during at least the commuting hours down at the ferry so that cars are not being vandalized as high frequently as they are. So do we know whatever?
That was also addressed with the company that was doing the tickets. So they were doing parking enforcement in those areas as well as the security.
Okay. Yeah, because I can tell you, at least because I personally commute, that parking lot is never even full anymore, where it used to be that whole lot, the parking garage plus the lot in front of City Hall was always completely packed. And now those parking lots are hardly ever used. So I think I'm not the only one who has concerns about parking there, obviously. So are we looking at some type of plan to make it safer to park down there, which would increase revenues to the city if people are parking there?
Does Public Works have a comment on that, Oscar or Debbie? Right.
And again, our transportation superintendent who manages parking is probably better to answer this, but there is security in those lots. I'm not quite sure. I don't believe it's 24/7. I could be misspeaking. But there is security, and the parking fund does pay for that security.
Right, but I mean, I'm not the only one who's noticed the dip in the parkership. I don't know how you describe it. The number of people that are parking there on a daily basis has dramatically dropped. And I think it would behoove us to kind of take a look at that and figure out why cars are not parking there and see if we can start building up some of that revenue. Because that seems like a pretty easy revenue stream with some added security or some other things.
Okay, well, we'll ask we'll ask Public Works to look into that.
Thank you.
So what I was going to add, while I wasn't on council, I was in that meeting, and I remember that meeting. And one of the things that I'd like to say to that department who's responsible for this contract, again, how do we manage that contract? How do we evidence that the security patrol is where it's supposed to be and has made its rounds certain amount, whatever the metrics are that we have in our contract? How are we evidencing that those metrics are met? Because it is our responsibility to manage our contractors, and every contract that we have, not just this one, any contract that we have that someone's performing services on our behalf, there should be metrics, and we should be able to evidence those metrics. And there should be some type of reporting process for these contractors to be able to come in and report publicly what are the outcomes, what are we getting, what are the benefits, and how things are working. And so that is something, city manager, that we need to consider. How do we bring our contractors before the commission, before the city council, before the commission, the different commissions that might be interconnected to these contracts for what different departments? And how do we ensure going forward that our contracts have appropriate metrics so that we can measure the outputs and the benefits of those contracts and what's not working and what is? I think it's really important, because then it tells us, are we getting what we're paying for? And if we're not, do we need to be doing something different? And do we need to find ourselves a new contractor?
All right, we have a question from the public really quickly.
Thank you. Yes. This is more of a comment as the person that sat in the window down in the ferry building for 12 years. I can tell you a lot about the problems with the parking. I can tell you that the cameras within the garage were broken, and that is one of the reasons why things were being broken into. That the monitoring of the of the lots is by somebody driving around to the different lots, and they are not dedicated to each specific lot. And criminals are fast, and they are monitoring. They also have devices that will keep you from locking your car with a key fob, and that there are no arms on the garage so that you cannot monitoring people coming in and out of the garage on the inside. Thank you.
Thank you. And that actually reminds me, we meant, prior to transitioning from the presentation into the council discussion, we meant to do a traditional public comment and then move it into council discussion. I don't know if we want to take, if anyone has additional public comments they want to make now or questions they want to ask now. And then I want to streamline. Yeah, we'll do one more. And then I want to really streamline and get it to council discussion so we can get ourselves to a resolution prior to, you know, this evening. They're bringing you a mic. Yeah.
So you're looking for comments about balancing the budget?
We were going to do a general public comment after in between the presentation and the council discussion, a proper public comment, but we also wanted to give the public the ability to ask questions during the presentation. So we've transitioned from the presentation into the council discussion, but we didn't actually do the public comment. So I'm saying, would anyone like to make a public comment or ask any more questions before we properly transition into the council discussion? Hopefully that makes sense.
I'm not quite sure if I'm making this comment at the right time, but I will
Say
just...
anything else you want to say, go for it. Right now,
Okay,
we want to hear it.
I will just say, in terms of balancing the budget, some top-of-mind things that seem really obvious to me, and the biggest swing item I can think of is selling 400 Mare Island Way. So obviously, it would need to have the remove any sort of, I can't even remember what the word is, but
collateralize
from it, and it would need to be rezoned. That was a capricious decision, and frankly, even if we sold it for what we paid for it or just a little bit above, we'll just arguably save $14 million. That could make a big difference. And I would look also at selling the Farragut School and the school that was purchased out in the Crest. And those could be sold to developers for housing. So we need housing. We get money from developers when they develop housing. That seems to be something to look at right away. Herbert House, rezone it, sell it as commercial, keep some sort of provision that would allow the public access to it on some regular basis, whatever that, even if it's once a quarter, that would honor the family and I think frankly enhance the waterfront. And in terms of contracts, we hire a lot of consultants, and it's not clear to me that we actually ever activate the suggestions they make. So instead of spending more on additional consultant contracts, look at the ones that we have and put the money into operating there. And then bonus round, where we have 30% of all of our departments are understaffed. I've suggested before that Vallejo look at what I call a Vallejo core. I know it would take some creativity, but hire underemployed people. We got a lot of them around here, and you could do it as a contract basis. It's not a full-time career employee who could maybe fill in. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that wants to comment or for anything further we want to add? Yeah. We're moving the mic over to another speaker.
Thank you. Hello. Oh. It was recommended by City Councilwoman Gordon for Sonia Valdez, to ask if $20,000 can be allocated to the youth program through Victoria Grace Barksdale, please.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment? Well, thank you all. We appreciate everybody that's been here, that's participated in the discussion. And I agree about looking at the city. I have on my follow-up list city-owned properties. We've got to look at those city-owned properties. I don't know, kind of to my previous comment, I think our budget balancing strategies need to be annual strategies. So a one-time sale would really help us with one-time costs, but we would still need to make we'd still need to be trying to make cuts. I have something else I want to say with respect to staffing, but I want to see if anybody I don't want to dominate if anyone has anything they want to add in this moment. Go ahead, Councilmember Matulik.
I was just gonna kind of to piggyback on, and that's why I kind of keep bringing up the city asset management program that we're talking about, because that's gonna give us all a better idea of where we're at number-wise and where our money's going to with each of these facilities and the expenses in there. So I'm truly looking forward to that, for us to identify where we need to make any adjustments to that, because it seems like that's a burden that we're not aware of where a lot of our monies are going to, and which kind of piggybacks to kind of the conversations we've touched about of where each department, kind of from the efficiency standpoint, to where I'd like to see whether each department comes in front of the city council to present kind of and getting to the further aspect of a metrics or a matrix standpoint of their efficiency and their productivity, I guess, is the, I don't know if that's the correct word, of how they're, of looking at their procedures and processes, of how we can look at improving that, especially when we're in this a deficit like this, is we need to be more effective with how we're internally working and how the production or kind of like the results are coming out of that. So once again, I'm just talking an overall perspective of things, of how we're looking forward to, which plays into how this budget, the efficiency and effectiveness of how this budget is going to ultimately look like. And then kind of piggybacking on from a revenue standpoint, and this question is to Director Pollitt, about from a code enforcement standpoint, can you give us an understanding of the revenues that have been generated for at least for the past couple of years, so that way we can see if that's something that we can increase or improve on to add to the numbers we're trying to, or to the budget funding that we're looking at?
Yes, thank you. I don't know that I have the exact numbers in front of me, but I have looked at them over the last 5+ years. I know historically they were a bit higher. The last couple of years they've been pretty low. When I say low, in the couple 100,000 for the whole division, just compared to historical numbers. A lot of that really has been tied to staffing levels. There was a huge dip, so we've been trying to kind of work to increase those, which will, it takes a little bit of time to see the effects of that, because many cases start and then they don't actually bring in revenue until you're quite down the line. So does that help?
Yeah, that gives us a good understanding of, I think, another that we can kind of take a closer look at, of how do we improve our efficiencies and effectiveness of some of the potential revenue streams that we have. And I think also, for me, we've been, ever since I've been on council, we're always talking about short staffing and how we're trying to fill these positions, and just after receiving the org chart, basically, of what we looked at, and I just quickly went to our HR, or to our job opportunities, and right now we only have 13 positions that are posted, that are open right now, and based on this, we've got a whole bunch more. So I just want to have an understanding of our procedures and protocols of how we're trying to fill these vacancies, and because one that stood out for me, especially in planning, was the I think it was a senior code I don't know if it was a plan check or of that, where it looked on this org chart, it said it was open for 315 days, but when you look on the job opportunities, it was just posted yesterday. So I want to have an understanding of how we kind of
the plan check engineer.
The plan check, yes. So
yeah, this is our third round of posting it. The first two efforts were unsuccessful.
And that's what I want to have an understanding of. Do we need to look at how we're advertising or posting these job opportunities? And so especially since we always talk about how we're so short-staffed, that's where I think we need to put a larger effort into how do we be efficient and effective with getting these positions filled. And it's not just in the planning department, or it's just overall where we're looking at. And as we look at each department, looking at, once again, how do we looking at results based at the end of how we can be having each department, whether we have to streamline it or have it be more effective in what we're trying to do in saving money or revenue generating.
Yeah, I can actually add two more things on that too. With that position specifically, We have not reposted it since we have brought on our new chief building official. So he's pretty well connected in his profession, and we actually strategically timed this recruitment that has just gone out to align with his visiting of the Calbo conference. So while he's there, he's going to try to promote the position. So that's one thing we're doing to try to think outside the box in order to get more applicants. And then the other thing I wanted to just mention with regards to code enforcement, one of the things that I'm trying to kind of reshift our focus in order to increase effectiveness and revenue is maybe switching over to using the vacant property registration program more, and actually getting more properties into that program with the monthly compliance. I think that will have effects in a lot of different realms, I guess. Not only will it produce more revenue, but it also will put some pressure on those property owners to actually do something with their property and take care of them. So that's one of the shifts that we're trying to work on making with the existing staff.
Thank you for that, and and asking these questions that are the same questions that I get from my constituents of understanding how can we be more efficient. And I think that type of that response hopefully helps the general community understand that there are things happening and that they may not generally see, but that we are working towards a more productive and efficient procedures internally here, and just want to make sure that the general public understands that.
Councilmember Paul Morris, go ahead.
I apologize. This is going to be my party shot. I do have to go.
right.
So I'm going to echo Councilmember Mutulak's statements, but just kind of go line by line item. Medium and long-term things we got to be focusing on is largely going to revolve around planning and development services. And Director Paul is already doing these things, but I'm going to reiterate just for everyone's edification. So we're looking at a zoning code. How do we get more housing that's more easily built? Looking at our permitting processes, make them more streamlined, more robust. Property registration program. Those have second and third order effects as far as commercial activity and also housing. And code enforcement, again, a big piece, not directly tied to revenue, but it has those second, third order effects as far as commercial activity as well. And I think part of that will be a creative look at that job description, and maybe we should be looking at other folks who are otherwise qualified but don't necessarily meet the bill. I looked at the job description recently, and it's like, well, it sounds like you had to have been a code enforcement officer before, but I think there's a lot of people who are attended to detail, who believe in processes or really good processes. I think those would be a good fit, and I think we get take a look at that job description to rework it so we could get more homegrown code enforcement officers. So that's medium to long term, but I think as far as short term, I'm mostly thinking about revenue here, not necessarily balancing the budget, but short term, we have to make a concerted effort to try to increase sales tax revenue. I don't know, is that economic development's department, right, or is it all of us? I think it's all of us, right? And I don't want to get into it right now. I want to get to this during goal setting, but there has to be a concerted space and conversation about how to get more bang for our buck with the businesses that we have here. I keep looking at the tax revenues from last year, drops in car sales, the liquor store sales. I'm not saying we got to boost those, but there are other places like in restaurants they've increased. So how can we help those businesses in a more concerted way so we get more of that commercial activity, so we have more of that sales tax revenue? We have to keep on doing the medium, long-term things, but right now it feels like we're year by year, so let's treat it like such and really try to increase the sales tax revenue as much as we can. So sorry, that's my last parting shot, and I do have to go. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I agree with what's been said so far. I don't know that it's necessarily balancing the budget, but I would like to look at the investments either we've made or the investments that are coming up that we need to really focus on. And I would like, one, to make sure that the police headquarters is completely funded for all of the whatever design is needed. before we move on to other topics. So do we know if the police headquarters has been fully, the design has been fully funded and we're just waiting for the bond now? Or do we need to allocate money this year for more design or more to keep that project moving forward?
Director Tigbow is out on leave, but I'll circle back with her and the Public Works team to find out whether there are any remaining expenses. There is an expense that hasn't been budgeted, which is when the team worked on the design of the police department building, there was not a companion effort to identify an alternate location for the corporation yard. So we need to do a site analysis for the corporation yard and a very high-level cost estimate for the relocation of the corp yard. So I know that that's on Public Works' to-do list, and we can ask that Public Works include that in this fiscal year 25-26 budget proposal.
Okay, thank you. And I'd also like to have some type of comprehensive review of the firehouses to find out what we need to get them up to speed for allowing more females to work in the fire department, making sure that they're just up to speed with modern day technology to help with recruitment. So I would like to know what advancements we need to make in fire housing. I also think that we need to stop kicking the can down the road for the marina dredging. I think that even if we wanted to put it up for sale, we couldn't because it's not in a condition to even be sold with having the entrance blocked for most of the day. So I think that we need to have a plan for that, and I think that needs to come sooner rather than later. And then I also, I've heard a lot of feedback over this weekend already about the seaweed team leaving Vallejo next year. It's my understanding that there's some fees to work out with GVRD, but I also understand that the field condition is so poor that most of the teams won't come and play here against them, and so they're looking at moving elsewhere. And I know that we own the field, but GVRD manages the field. I don't know who's responsible for the maintenance of it, but if we can attract teams to come and play, that's just a signature of Vallejo and just the image that Vallejo has that we just are subpar. So I would like to see, so focus on that, or at least get some answers from GVRD as to what we can do to help, whether it's our responsibility to fix that field or what we can do to try to get the team back for the 26 year. And I think just looking at some investments like that, I think is really important to our city. So I would like to make sure that those are addressed as part of this budget cycle.
All right, thank you. I agree, and I'm going to propose, because I think we're going to need one more intermediate step, and I'm looking to the city manager to maybe have a little discussion about the best way to go about this. I think with all the staff requests that came in, we need to prioritize them, and then we're going to have council requests come in that we're going to need to prioritize. And without Councilmember Matias here, and now Councilmember Palomares does leave, I think we're going to need maybe one more intermediate step to slog through those requests. We can get as far as we can right now, but I have a feeling that we are going to need more information. And I don't know what, from your standpoint, in terms of what staff needs to prepare that first round. Of course, we can make tweaks between the first round of budget and the second. We have another date held set aside for another workshop, but from a timing perspective, sequencing, getting staff what they need, what would be the best process for you?
So if we can get as much direction as the council is able to give us today, that would be great. Just the workflow of creating the actual written preliminary proposed budget, we have a kind of antiquated system for doing that, is really a month-long process.
Okay.
So we really need to get whatever direction we can today, and that's what's going to be plugged into the preliminary proposed budget. We will go through a vetting process of the department requests and come back with a revised list that'll be incorporated into the preliminary proposed of the things that we think are just absolutely necessary. Okay. I think that reduced set will be small enough that council can then consider that and make the necessary adjustments to, approve whatever they think is appropriate in the final budget. So I think we can handle those through the normal budget process. Regarding council requests for items, we're happy to receive direction today on what those are. there will still be a little bit of wiggle room. You know, we're hoping to come with a preliminary proposed budget that has had much more council direction than we have in years past. So even if when we show up, after May 15th, we'll still have the normal timeline that council would have used to create the final budget. So I think there'll be enough time after that if we can get, most of the direction today.
Okay. So I think the other sort of, not necessarily elephant in the room, but the other element here is, we're really going to have to make cuts, but we have Measure P. We have the fund balance in Measure P, and we have the incoming 17 million, which I know a good chunk of it's going to go to road repair. So being able to, when we do that May discussion, have that conversation about how P fits into this, and maybe for some of the staff requests, do any of those staff requests that are not must-haves. I think the must-haves we need to bake into the budget. I don't think we should be relying on P for those, but are there some that are maybe nice-to-haves that would align with the priorities of P? And we could potentially consider, staff could consider, trying to go to Measure P for that. I'm gonna push us towards a direction, but I'm gonna make some comments about the slide 13, which is the staffing. And I'm doing this I'm looking at this with our future in mind, trying to get us into a position where we're sustainable and we're providing the best services that we can. And so I want to be very clear. I'm going to say some things that I don't mean it in any personal department or any work anyone's doing isn't important. I'm just making some commentary and giving us some things to think about. So the last 10 years, you can pretty much split it up into three columns. The first three budgets are Keene. The next three budgets are Nyhoff. The next three budgets are Malone. From Keene to Nyhoff, the city manager's office increased from 7 FTE to 13 FTE. So it nearly doubled. And then from Nyhoff to Malone, it went up to 16 FTE. So they added 3 more. The city manager's office now is over double the size it was. The finance department went up from Keene to Nyhoff, went up 5 FTE and then another 3 FTE for Malone. HR went up 5 FTE and then another 2. And then IT went up, it moves on the chart. So they've more than doubled. And I'm not saying, we were coming out of a bankruptcy. So I'm not saying let's go back to the Keene levels of staffing and that we haven't added good stuff in these departments. But here's what I want to raise. That same span, Public Works increased 2 FTE. 2. We have ballooned up in our administrative departments, and we have stagnated in some of our services departments. Police and fire have increased. That's natural. That's a separate thing. Is this the organizational structure and ratio of management to line staff positions of department to department that is going to provide the best level of services to our citizens? I don't know that. I'm raising that for us. It's not good. I wish we could just fund everybody everything what they wanted to do, but that's really stark for me, that we had some departments that are not necessarily public facing, that are administrative in nature, that doubled in size, and our public works department stayed the same. And why did we pass Measure P? Because we hadn't repaired the roads. We haven't dredged the marina. What are all the things we're talking about? We're talking about capital projects. We're talking about maintenance needs. We're talking about our roads. You look at this is why Vallejo is in the state it's in. This is the decisions that were made to prioritize certain things over other things. And we added 34, if you look at the bottom line of this chart, from fiscal year 2021 to 2021-22. So the budget that was made pre-COVID and the budget that was made post-COVID. Or I guess the 2021 COVID budget was during COVID. We added 34 positions. Why did we add 34 positions when COVID had just hit? That's a recession. I think that's where this hole came from. So what are we gonna do with our org structure? And I didn't mean to just totally quell the whole room. I'm trying to have the tough conversation. And I think the city manager, you gotta make another line and you gotta put Murray and say, what org structure do you want, City Manager Murray? Because I'm not saying go back to 7 in your office like Keene had, but this is not a sustainable path we're on. And I think I'm just gonna leave it there, and I see Councilmember Ledesju. We got some work to do.
So at our last budget meeting, City Manager Murray, I asked to have a discussion specifically around the org chart. And I still want to have that discussion because I think, just as our mayor pointed out, it's extremely important. And I understand the need to have leadership, management, if you will, and a balance of line staff. But I really want to understand what we need in each and every department that we have within the city. And I'm not certain that the current org chart that we have really works for effectiveness, efficiency, and economy of scales across the organization. And coming on May, you will have been here a year. And so I really want an assessment of where do we need to start going as a city so that we are running effectively, efficiently, and we are considered a well-run city. And I know it doesn't happen overnight, I can acknowledge that. But what are those true starting points? Because we need to start getting there year over year and planning for how we're getting there, using our dollars in a way that is maximized for each and everything that we have to do. And I realize it takes staff. I realize that there's no government agency that's understaffed, but we do get it done. I am a public employee, and I have few staff, but we get it done. And so how can we be more effective? And we have positions that are vacant, and do we really need those positions? Well, how do we realign? And how do we say what we really, really need and what we can't live without? And again, as a department head, it's hard to let go what we have, whatever the case may be, but we really need to get to the effectiveness, the efficiency, and to the economy of scales. And I really want to understand, what are the skill sets that we need? Do we have them? And if we don't, where are we going to get them from? And if, what kind of training and development plans are in place for each and every staff to maximize each gift that our staff have so that we can realize what we need in this city. I'm very interested in that because that's really where the rubber meets the road in terms of getting things done. Do we have the competencies needed to do the work? And if not, how do we make sure each person has an opportunity to gain or shore up their skills and bring in additional complementary skills? So I'm saying this out loud because I want department heads to know, I want staff to know what my expectation is. And that is that we are a competent team and we can move things along. And if we need some help in additional things, then as a city council member, I'm all there. But I want to see the rate of return on the investment made in our city staff, in our government, because our community deserves to see those results. That's just the bottom line.
To the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll go Councilmember Gordon and then Matula.
I just need a little bit of clarity because I'm a little bit confused. We just got through talking about we have these vacant slots. What are we doing to recruit? And then now we're talking about positions and how we're going to need to eliminate. Just a little bit confused with that one. Also, too, I remember, I don't know but I call in probably as much as Ann Carr did, where people complain that they will call offices and couldn't get help because those slots were not filled. They couldn't get services met because those slots were not filled. I don't know, but 16 in the city manager, who is the heart of the city to get it functioning and moving, is still a small number compared to other cities. And I myself personally know, because I'm always emailing for help. I'm always asking for assistance. And there was times I couldn't get that assistance. Not that they didn't want to help me, but there was nobody there. So now I get a little bit more assistance prior for me running this position, because there was bodies there. Even now, I'm asking for help and those positions are not there. So now I'm asking a staff member to wear more than one hat and not get paid for it. So I'm just confused that I could be wrong, because, I'm dyslexic. So, if you could let me know. I thought we just heard why we're not filling these positions. Are we asking them to eliminate the positions and then put the money someplace else? Just a little clarity, just clarifying, that's it. But I really feel like that we need to remember, if we want our city to function, take Vallejo to the next level, brighten up Vallejo, we need to have bodies there to do that. That's all I'm asking. Thank you for that, let me clarify.
Thank you, Councilmember Gordon. And it's a both and when you think about an organization. So you're not wrong, it's a both and. And the both and is, we can have a body there and still not get what we need. And we can have a few less bodies, and we're getting what we need. So it really is about effectiveness, about efficiency, and economies of scale, and how we do it. And so I'm not saying, nor is the mayor saying, that you have to eliminate a position. It is a question about the economy, efficiency, and effectiveness of how things are getting done and how we're moving and working, and are the right skills there? Do we need to develop those skills? So it's a both and that's a very fair question and statement that you made.
Yeah, and I appreciate that clarification. I think it's also, do we have the right people? Do we have the right people in the right places in order to get those services out there? And the scarcity, the limit, we may not have enough money for everything. And those are the tough conversations. And those of us that work in public agencies, this is happening across the country right now. It's terrible. We had this conversation at work last week. They basically said, no more professional development, no more travel, no more supplies, no more, they said freeze everything, and if anybody retires, we're not replacing your position. So I just want to let staff know, I'm receiving it as a public employee on the staff end right now. It's not a fun situation to be in. Councilmember Matulik.
And to kind of add on to the conversation, it's the and but type of conversation, but it's more of to the point of the efficiency is, do we need that many, to the mayor's point, do we need that many managers versus people that are in the line items? Like the person that didn't answer your phone is because maybe there were too many managers versus not enough secretaries to be there to answer. So it's that type of conversation to help understand do we have the right org chart, the right efficiency of the systems within our own departments to make sure we're meeting the needs of not only staff, but also that of our constituents. So once again, I think we're all having the same conversation of understanding what is the best makeup of each department and how do we be more efficient with the revenues to create the revenues that we're all looking for. So once again, I think we're all talking the same conversation, but we're all trying to figure out what are those puzzle pieces, and it's a complicated puzzle to try to put this all together right now, to where we're trying to identify that based on what we all need, with the understanding that I think we're all in agreement that public safety is the top priority, with economic development as a second, with the 1A. So when we merge both of those, it's a matter of coming down to, or identifying what is the most effective and efficient way to set up our whole organization as a city. So I think, once again, we're all talking about the same thing. It's just a matter of fitting those complicated puzzle pieces together to make sure that we're all in agreement of how to put that puzzle together.
If I may, I want to just acknowledge that I totally agree that it's an and. I think it's really important to make a distinction between positions and services or programs. So, and I've heard a couple comments that I want to make a clarification. That staff work in the city manager's office doesn't mean that those staff are managers. And I think a lot of the growth in the city manager's office has been because we've started to provide services or activities that we hadn't in the past. So as you all know, we now have a dedicated full-time youth programs coordinator. We didn't used to have that. We've got a dedicated full-time person who coordinates with community events who want to coordinate those events. We didn't have that function in the past. We've got 2 full-time folks who work essentially on homelessness programs. So none of those people I would characterize as management people. I mean, they're running programs. Whether it's sustainable for the city to continue to fund those programs and those related positions, I think that's a question, of course, both for that department and all the other departments what is the right footprint of programs and what is the appropriate staffing to carry those out that's sustainable? There's, of course, the related question of efficiency. So even if we decide what the right programs are, how do we ensure that we're performing them in a way that is efficient as possible so we're not using any more resources? And I totally agree. Some departments are, for whatever reason, midway through a planning process that looks at this issue. Other departments haven't gone through that kind of a process in a very long time. So I do think it's particularly with vacancies that have been positions that have been vacant for a long time. Although that's not the only reason positions have been vacant. It might be because we've had a hard time recruiting them. But I think in particular with vacant positions, we really need to look at whether those positions are still needed or whether we can function during this challenging time without those positions. So I fully embrace the comments that everybody has made about how the staffing levels and our program offerings and services have changed over time and whether that's sustainable. And we really need to look at that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think what my request really is that we look at the vacancies, because I don't want to freeze positions just unilaterally, which a lot of organizations do. I don't think that's productive, and I think it might actually hamstring us, because some of our departments that are trying to staff up right now are the ones that really we do need staffing up to provide services. Public Works, again, being out, call them out again. And I know our planning team staffing up. So I think it's that request of all of us together to have these conversations of, is the structure, kind of like Councilmember Matulik was saying, is the structure of this department what we need in order to provide? And if we have a vacant position, is this a vacant position that we need to fill as is and we should prioritize? Okay, let's go to HR, make sure we prioritize this position. Or is this one that maybe if we made it into something else, that we could have better services as a city? Now, I bring all this up now, and I know we're gonna get crunched on time, and we've got to get to some type of resolution today. But I don't see us getting a truly balanced budget without making some moves on our org chart. But I don't have enough information to suggest specific moves. Because I don't think I want to balance the budget on just these sort of like these pension, little moves from this fund to that fund. And and we have we have $4 million of requests that have come in. We do have Measure P. I'm curious what my colleagues think about what our next step should be.
Can I mention that, so when we've talked internally about freezing positions, we have a philosophy. There are certain positions that I think are so important that we don't want to freeze them. For instance, essentially all of the police department positions. We want to get to full funding as quickly as possible. So staff would be happy to return with a set of guidelines, but also some specific recommendations for positions to freeze. I will mention that we're not expecting that's going to result in really any additional savings for budget balancing, because a lot of those positions that are vacant have already been had assumptions incorporated into the baseline budget about those vacancy savings. So that's not by reclassifying any vacant positions as simply being vacant to being frozen is not, we're not expecting to result in any significant additional savings. We can do that, and I think that's a segue maybe to a longer-term restructuring that I totally agree we need to do. We can't continue this. The budget isn't sustainable with the current staffing levels and configuration. So I think over time that needs to change. But freezing some of the positions right now is not going to change the budget balancing calculus very much.
Fair enough. I appreciate that
Chair.
comment. Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Gordon.
I know that we had asked about the economics development in the department. We're not considering doing anything to eliminate that position, because I hope that we are, and if so, I mean, not that we're not, I don't want you to eliminate it. If so, are we close to hiring a director right now? Because I know we haven't had one in a few months.
So we're moving forward with that recruitment. I think we're going to advertise it within about a month, and then we're expecting it'll take 3 months to fill that position. No, based on the internal conversations, that would not be a position that we would freeze, for instance.
Thank you. Glad to hear that.
Oh, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Just in the state of the time that we're in, I agree. I hear both sides, and I have been a manager for decades and understand. But I would propose that we try to move forward with what the proposed balancing of the budget is, and then as we work through this year with goal setting and moving in, maybe having a quarterly update and talk about the staffing issues, because I agree that's something that's going to be a very long-term thing to turn around. It's not something that we're going to be able to fix within the next month in order to fix the budget. So I think we should be coming back to this on a very frequent cadence to talk about what positions before they're filled. Is this the right size, or is this the right place for that position to be? But I think in the sake of moving things forward and trying to get the direction that we need for finance to be able to do all of the work that they need to do for the budget, I think we should look at if there's anything that we absolutely are against for balancing the budget, and then move forward from there versus coming up with a whole new plan for the sake of time.
Yeah, I hear you. I was leaning in that general direction. Councilmember Letters. Okay. Other comments? It doesn't feel very satisfactory, but I think it's kind of what we're gonna have to do. I would like to categorize the spending requests and flag any that could go to P, because I think my worry with Measure P.
So can I stop
go
us for a
ahead.
minute
Yeah.
with Measure P? I don't want to just flag for Measure P. Measure P, for me, is not a slush fund. I need to say that. We've said a lot about Measure P today. No. I want to leave the city manager with the latitude to do something that we have been saying consistently, not balancing on vacancies, giving you a second pass to really talk to your leadership team about this is a must-have and I cannot live without it. And here are the few things that I would really like to have, because these are the reasons why. And I want to challenge you all, because I agree, yes, we want to look at the organizational structure and so forth and on, but I can't challenge you to get that done today. It's not possible, but I'm daylighting it because that's the direction I want to go. But from an organizational perspective, I know it takes 5 years to turn culture. I can just be really honest about that. And I'm taking us in that direction. So you're charged with running the day-to-day operations of this city. And I want to allow you to do that. And I'm asking you to honor what we're asking from you and your team to do with integrity, authenticity. And then from my perspective, I then want to look at that and really talk it through. But I want to give you the next pass without me personally as the council member giving you 100 more directions. Because I think that you have enough experience, you and your team, to do exactly what we're looking for, to be very frank about it.
I agree.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
So this kind of feels kind of odd now since we're talking about doing certain things, but can I go ahead and give my direction for my request?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like I said, it seems kind of odd, but to honor the young ladies who came up to me and asked me about concerns that she has in her city, and she knows that Victoria Grace Barstow has been doing a great job for our young people. Because remember, our young people do grow up, hopefully one day sitting where we're sitting, and we know through Victoria Gracedale, as we heard the reports that came back to us from our last meeting, I would like to honor her ask of the $25,000. And for sister cities, I guess past history through Vice Mayor and City Council, Dr. Vergalia, she has always honored the $15,000 to the sister cities. As you know, I'm the council liaison for them, and they do have their budget. If my colleagues would like that, your staff, Eric, Mayor Source, he also can provide that to you because he is our secretary. And for beautification, I would like to ask for $10,000 for them, as I am their council member liaison as that. And they do a lot of work. They do all the cleanups. They, they are help beautifying the areas that we want tourists to come. And so, minus the homeless, I'm told, right, they do not do that. Is that correct? That's correct. They do not touch the homeless encampments, correct? All right. So minus that, and for safety, I'm asking. There was a time in the past that there was money somewhere lined for the youth late night basketball for safety, and this was through Sergeant Garrett, who's now retired. They did this because it was to help our young people not get in trouble, not be bored. And as they stated before, we let them down. There's no bowling alley. There's nothing for them to do. So we are trying to bring back the youth late night basketball program, and the individuals who are there are district attorney, county, probation, emergency first responder, whether it be fire department, sheriff, or and also through the sheriffs and whatnot, and ambulance, and community, such as the sororities and the frats, educators, spiritual leaders, all walk of life are involved with these young people. The budget that they had that lasted for a while was $400,000. That was the budget. But I'm only asking to be allocated lined $25,000, which is really small compared to what others have done. Now, before, as you all remembered, we used to, as city council members, get $50,000. For some reason, that last term, some was able to take advantage of that, but this term, we are not able to do that because it's been reallocated other ways. I would like to bring that back, but until then, I would like to ask that we do that. So this is for our young people's safety. A lot of people are donating their time, just so you know, but mostly that ask is for insurance purposes, supplies, making sure the kids have something to eat, and if they need something like was given out in the past with clothing, shoes, just anything that young people might need. And just so you know, we found out through that there was a lot of homeless youth, like literally homeless young people who turned 18 in the middle of their senior year. not knowing what to do. So just wanted you to let you know that. Thank you so much. This is my ask.
All right, thank you. Comments from colleagues?
I have questions. If you can add out the youth program, the 25,000, what would that, do you have a plan for what that would be used for? I know we already fund the youth program, so what is that extra funding for?
I didn't know if that, I was just honoring the young lady's
Oh, sure.
request. She just honored that, so I wasn't sure.
Did she
She's
say what
already
she
being
what
funded.
she requested the money for?
Just making sure that Ms. Barcells is taken care of, I'm assuming. She didn't say, no, she didn't say.
She's got a budget, right? She has a baseline budget.
So
already.
that's good. Just, I'll
Yeah.
let her know that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I honored what she asked.
Yeah.
So you're asking for a budget for midnight basketball, and I know that you've had.
Clarification. Late night, you can't say we're gonna get in
I
trouble.
apologize.
We're gonna get sued.
So sorry. We don't want to violate the trademark. So I retract those statements officially on record. Thank you, Commissioner Gordon. No. I hear you. I humbly ask for forgiveness because I can't pay the fine. So when you're asking for $25,000 to institute this particular program, and I just would like to have more clarity, because when I think about the 2 points of entry, we have GVRD, we have we have funds allocated for youth programming. So I'm just thinking about how does that all come together to make this potential important ask completed? Because you're talking about insurance and all of these different things, and I'm just thinking, we have GVRD, we have facilities, and I'm just thinking about, are there other ways to address certain line items based on what we have today from a resource perspective? And maybe the city manager can answer around the insurance question or whatever the case may be, or just come back later with detailed plans and how some of those costs should already be absorbed because of maybe X, Y, and Z, or maybe not, I don't know. But so we can have a clear picture of how to make it all come together and work.
I can
as
answer some of that
intended.
question first. So GVRD, as you know, charge everything that they do, number one. Number two, their charge is very expensive. This is not for that. This is one, so this program was created a while back. For 4 years, it was existing until COVID hit. And this was to help our young people not see officers or first responders for the first time in a negative sense. It was a builder. And as we already know, that the history had not been always the best. And so this is one of the things that they did to help with that. And they did it for 2 nights. We're just only wanting to do 1 night. The second piece of that was the young people have nothing to do. And like, again, it costs to give you an example, for soccer. To play soccer is $80 a month. If you live outside of Vallejo, it is $112 a month. And if you have 4 children, add that up. And now we want our kids to do what during the summertime? So it's very expensive. So we want to show our young people that we spend $11 million for the sheriff department to come here. And if we build that relationship, maybe we won't have to have so much of that. So I'm just saying that our young people are looking for us adults to be there for them. What are they going to do this summer? Go to skating? Go bowling? There's nothing for them to do. So one moment, please. I want to answer your last question. So if you are welcome to please come to our meeting on Monday at 1 o'clock here. We can probably help solidify some of those concerns that will help you understand why this is crucial. I mean, the district attorney came to my first meeting. The director, by the way, the director for probation came to that first meeting. And they understand the crucialness of this. And what it did when it was alive for 4 years. So Sergeant Garrett can also tell you, who is retired now, Carl Tedham, and also Officer Garcia, who are all retired, said what this program did for them, not to see those kids for the first time when they're in trouble. And like the kids said, you're happy to, the only time we see you is when we're in trouble. So when they can share your testimonies how this late night basketball helped. Thank you for listening.
So Councilmember Gordon, I'm going to say this. I'm not questioning the value. No, I just want to say, I'm not questioning, I want to make it very clear. I am not questioning the value of the program and the work that you're doing and being able to do something this great for our youth. And I won't be available at 1 o'clock on Monday. It's not possible, so I just want to say that openly. What I'm asking for from our city manager, and I know that everyone's been involved, with the very fact that I'm sure we're going to use GBRD's facilities and so forth and on, how we can figure out to do this from a citywide perspective with as little cost as possible, and any monies that we are spending, that we're literally pouring it back in a more personal way, like, as you said, some of the things that sometimes our children need in those ways. So that's the only reason I'm asking this question when we're talking about insurance and all these different things, and just how our city manager and team can even collaborate with GBRD and others involved, and how we can bring those costs down and see those dollars realized in a very different way directly to the kids. So that's what I'm looking for in this process. If I could have that, if we all can have that information as Councilmember Gordon keeps pushing this ball along.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I agree. Do you have something to add? So my suggestion is the following. I think we have a consensus, although not ideal, that we will need to proceed with the proposed plan for this year's budget with a commitment to reviewing our organizational structure and staffing to make the budget sustainable and checking back periodically over the course of the next year. So simply because this work isn't going to get done, we want to do it right, and we want to do it meaningfully, and we're not going to get it done in the next month from a time perspective. We also have, the performance audits and things we've talked about that would contribute to this work as well. So it's best done, over the course of many months. But we want to have a structure to come back. And then in terms of budget requests from staff, we want to classify those, includes those that are deemed absolutely essential in the proposed budget, and then create different tiers of priority. And then for the council request, here's my proposal, because I think we do need a little more information. I think we have to be really creative and thoughtful about, I agree with Councilmember Ledeju, Measure P is not a slush fund. I want to make sure that it isn't a slush fund and that we're very thoughtful about it. So we need to think about what types of things, we need to check in with the committee as soon as possible. Think about what types of things should be funded through P. The late night basketball might be something that could be funded through P if there is, we get a budget, we get a sense of what it's going to cost. Youth programs, last time we funded that through P, that's a very, clear priority for P. So I think maybe coming up with a plan as well, engaging the Measure P committee and thinking about what things can we thoughtfully fund through P, not as a slush, but really that's exactly, you read my mind. That's exactly where I was going. How do we thoughtfully do this? And then with respect to council requests, here's my
I say that with love, Mayor.
Yeah, with both of us. There's a lot of love in this room. All right, I think I'm reluctant to say, let's do this and not this, especially with two of our colleagues gone. So here's my proposal for our city manager and our finance director. Can we set aside a reasonable amount? I was very opposed to the discretionary funds for individual council members, but I think there are things that priorities that as a group we'll want to push forward, and that I do support. Can we set aside a line item that's maybe special projects? I guess there it is right there. Well, some of that might be the staff essentials, but yeah, so working with that, and come back with, special projects. And then we, Councilmember Matias he will have things he wants to add. Councilmember Palmares will have things he wants to bring up. I'm more concerned with the cuts and the balancing. I mentioned to the city manager that we do need to renew our subscription or our membership to the U.S. Conference of Mayors, which we had in the past and lapsed. And so I'm hoping that can be included because that's just in today's climate essential that we're part of that organization, and it'll open up grant funding opportunities that I'm hoping will pay for itself. But other than that, I've got nothing to add. I just want to make sure that everybody's gets their priorities in, and I think putting that kind of special projects for council future, almost like a little hold for us to when we get there, we can make that determination. That's my proposal, Councilmember Matulik.
And I also wanted to add that Vallejo has quite a few traditional events and community engagement activities that are that a lot of people in the area are aware of that come here, and I want to make sure that we're not. Well, I'm talking about events like Pizza Sanayan, the Mad Hatter, things of that nature, where we Vallejoans are known for that from outside of Vallejo, and I want to make sure that we're taking, and I'm speaking to Shelley on this one, making sure that we're doing the things to keep those traditional things, and making sure that we're looking at, we're taking into account that and able to put that into the budget, and making sure if there's the funding sources to make sure that we don't lose those things. For example, like I think in the past Pizza Nine had $30,000 contributed to it. The Mad Hatter, I know Mad Hatter has always been asking and begging for funding in the past. So it's things like that. I want to make sure that we were able to, they may not be the highest priority need, but I want to make sure that we're not losing a piece of Vallejo and the tradition that we are actually known for around this region. So just keep that in mind.
Those are in the baseline budget, the current year's funding for this.
So with that, I don't know that we need I think we have a pretty good consensus that that's a good plan. I think that doesn't leave anything out, but I think it's reasonable. I'm gonna quickly, I think just because I want to have it for transparency for the public, I have a list of needs/next steps that I've been compiling throughout that is sort of after the budget process. These are the things that we want to come back to and do further work on because we can only do so many things at once. So the digging into the city-owned properties, the collateralization, the Ohio House, all that, the maintenance plan for the fire station, just fire maintenance plans in general, the planning for the 10 million liability for leave payouts, the conversation about the federal funds and implications, particularly with respect to our housing department and closing our housing fund gap. So those are kind of two related but separate issues. The broadband build out discussion that we're going to have in a few weeks, our comms and outreach strategy and the city website and the accessibility, our plan for the marina, management, dredging planning, that all, and making sure the police station is funded. So I've typed that up. I'll email it to the city manager, city clerk, or both, and then we can throw that in the record in the minutes. And I think that's about all I have. I've got the
org chart also.
because I included that in the balancing the budget bullet. I said, and we're gonna so let me add that to needs and next steps too. And Vice Mayor, you had something.
I was just gonna ask if we could, maybe the council members could email the city manager with our list of funding requests. That can be put together in a table and then added as part of the review of the staffing requests, and we can maybe summarize all of that. So that we're not coming in at the last minute and throwing all new numbers and requests in for them to have to juggle. Maybe they can have it ahead of time.
And that was what I was getting at with that kind of like
So we could get
that
all of
block for sort of special
Councilmember
projects.
Gordon's requests and Councilmember Matias, myself, all have requests. So anybody else who does, if we can get that in the next week to the city manager.
Through the chair?
Go ahead.
So I did ask that, and so it was instructed that I ask that here tonight. So he does. You do have my list already, right? City manager? Yeah. I thought you all seen it. I'm not sure.
No, because we were going to bring it up today, I think.
Okay.
So, we'll compile all those, but then I think from a budgeting standpoint, from just a system standpoint, to allow the finance department to go forth with this, with their system, let's just put what you feel is a reasonable chunk based on maybe what you hear. And again, we can have thoughtful conversations about Measure P too, but put something in that's like special projects to then give us some more time to flesh out and get consensus on what we want to prioritize.
Through the chair, just one more question. So for like the sister cities, is that a line item already? I just want to know. And for beautification, are those line items?
I think that varies by commission, but whatever their current budget is in the current fiscal year would be rolled over as part of the baseline.
Can I please get a list of that so I won't re-ask questions that you've already had lines for? I appreciate your help.
And
Thank you.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but for commissions, it's one pot of money, and with the commissions that use it, and then the rest of the money just all kind of, like, you don't have to request specifically for each commission.
Policy actually to ask, because they're supposed to have a work plan. Every commission is supposed to bring the work plan in front of council, get it approved, and then we add the funding.
That's what I was saying, that for me, for Sister Cities, it goes through Eric. I remember we mentioned that earlier. So he already it was already submitted. Now, I don't know about for beautification. She's
Shelley?
Shelley, you have your work plan for me so I can submit it to them so we can make that request? Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that instructions.
All right, I think with
Do
that.
we have a dollar number for this, for the,
Council,
I think something reasonable based on what requests we received, but we were talking about the kind of 150 to 250 range. The vice mayor had suggested the surplus amount, but I know the staff requests are going to come into.
the surplus
280,
amount of
so-
281 had been suggested, so why don't we start with that?
okay. You do know by history, there
Yeah,
used-
just a few
there-
million.
Let's increase the budget by another 1 billion. How about that?
We've been here a while. All right, with that, I want to thank everyone for your time, the staff that have been here the whole time. These are such important conversations, and we are having them, and we appreciate you. And with that, I believe we're ready to adjourn. So let's go ahead and adjourn. 3:07 p.m.